All right, I think I'm live. If you can hear me, if I sound okay, hit that number 1 in the chat box if you don't mind. Again, if I sound audible, if you can hear me, if I sound all right. Thanks, Jim. Ken, Chris, Mizar, Ernest, Sports University. All right, thank you. I will feel confident that I do sound audibly good. All right. CERO boom. Okay. CERO. Yeah. It did go boom. But Ms. R, still nothing compared to what we do on this live stream, which is day trading futures. Futures make that move look like a not boom. I'll put it that way. Futures, like I said, futures make that movement, that boom, look like paint drying. Hey, JJ. But hopefully you're in it. Not to rain on your parade. But yeah, here we day trade futures because futures are way better than even things like CERO. I mean, I understand that's, that's quite the move. You can look at the 30-minute, oh my goodness, it exploded. But when you start to think about how much capital is required to participate, how all that capital is at risk because you need it, and then how dangerous these things are. I mean, I'm sure this thing's been halted, but this thing could rug pull at any point. Yeah, it just it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to day trade stuff like this. No, I understand it. What do you mean it doesn't make sense? Man, you could buy right there at $9 and you could be up here. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine, but again, that's actually not that's not that impressive. Got one more day and I'll have a pro account. Nice. We'll have to wait till Friday to trade though because, oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that. Well, they're kind of closed on Thursday. Futures are open a little bit, JJ, on Thursday. Hey, as a reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, make sure you hit that like button. If you're brand new, you've never been here, welcome. No need to hit the like button. I understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy. But if you have been here before, make sure you hit that like button. Let's keep that creeping upwards in a nice, steady way. Today has been a train wreck for me. I'm so bummed right now. So bummed, but we'll wait till 11, and then I'll go over it. I don't know if I'm going to continue to do these daily recaps on my day just because I'm finding that I'm now pushing so that when I talk about my day at 11, I'm trying to make it like as good sounding as possible. And that led me today to get, it did lead me to get too greedy, and yeah, not good. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to keep going, because right now it's playing some psychological games with me that I don't like. Hey, Kevin, good morning. Man, I might just end the stream right now. We were at 7 likes. I asked for likes, and it went up by 2. So are people just not interested in today's stream? Is that kind of what I'm gathering? Again, I use that like button to gauge interest. And when likes just don't move, it's like, okay, maybe people aren't really into it today, which is fine. I don't know if I even feel like streaming today after how this morning went, but I said I would. Therefore, here I am. But yeah. I guess, technically speaking, it would no longer be a lie. I said I'd live stream. I have live stream. Hopefully everybody's day was better than mine. But like I said, I'll get to mine in the next 5 minutes. But yes, not a good day for me. Not a good day. A disappointing day. Maybe a trade right there. No, and that's fine, Chris. I know, but the thing is, part of why today was bad was because I wanted to make it sound so good. Because I'm like, okay, I know on the live stream at 11 a.m. I'm going to talk about my day. So I want to make this day just sound amazing. And then all of a sudden I'm doing things that I should not be doing. So I understand that, hey, from your bad days we can learn. That's good, but when bad days are generated because you're going to be talking about your day, I don't like that. I don't like that. And I would consider myself still new to live streaming, 4.5 months in. So I'm still kind of learning about things and learning about the psychology, but there is a live stream voice that does appear. I will, at least for me. When you're live streaming, there is a voice that does indeed want to make yourself look as good as possible, that wants to kind of, be able to dunk on the trolls and all that sort of stuff. But when that voice is starting to influence my decisions in ways that it shouldn't influence it, I got to be aware of that. Still just pulling back here. See if it wants to get down to that VWAP. Maybe kind of. Also, the 5-minute looks pretty interesting over here. You have some lower shadows. So you have these lower shadows representing buyers. You have the VWAP. You have some moving averages. So this area right here, pretty interesting potential support zone, potential area. Maybe for a bounce. So I'm watching that. Hey, Clay, I joined Tradovate yesterday. Still trying to customize the chart but making headway. Did you check out the video I sent? I have. Did you check out this video, Eddie? That will go over kind of how I set up my how I set up this platform here. Oh wow! All right. Yeah, check out that. That'll not that my setup is the be-all end-all setup, but it'll at least give you a framework to work from. So you can check that out if you want. Again, price came right down to this area here. We'll see if it wants to bounce. Turn on the fan here. All right, I'm going to turn on a fan. Please let me know if it all of a sudden makes the mic and sound really bad. Hopefully it doesn't, but... Well, how did all your days go, though? I didn't even ask that. How did your days go today? I will say this was disappointing to see. Not very awe-inspiring. To be fair, I mean, if you're a scalper, plenty of room there for a scalp. I mean, it still went probably maybe 15 points. But yeah, just no follow-through. Broke up a very well-defined trend line, and then back down it went. Up 400. Is there news at 11? I don't think so. I could be wrong. I don't think there's any news at 11. I'm down under 200. Does anyone know what broker that is? I know what broker this is. Oh, Matt is here. First day in futures, starting slow with 1 or 2 contracts. So what do you think, Matt? How do you think they move? What are your thoughts so far as somebody that is brand new as of yesterday? I'm glad you're starting slow, though. 1 or 2 contracts. Hopefully those are, yeah, I'm assuming they're MNQ if you're down 23. Well, that's a twofold question. Because I'm day trading futures through a prop firm. So layer 1 in that whole setup is I'm using Take Profit Trader. So the way it would work if you want to get to my platform and broker is this. Is by going to the link at the top of the screen, because I am using a prop firm, because prop firms are just make the most sense. You would, step number 1, select your purchasing power. Make sure you use code CLAY, where you see at the top of the screen, so you can get that 30% off. And then also have 0 activation. But after you select purchasing power, it'll ask you what platform do you want to use. So platform broker, same thing. The one that you see here is Tradovate. You do not need to go to Tradeovate separately and create an account. The nice thing is the prop firm does all that for you, so you get to skip that step. So after the prop firm creates your account, they'll send you your login information, and then at that point, you'll go to Tradeovate and log in, and then that's the platform broker. So it's a twofold question. Fold number one is the prop firm, which is Take Profit Trader, and then through Take Profit Trader, I'm using Tradeovate. When do you switch from? No, you want it. You should be on. I would go to use right now, Matt. And the switch is from M's to U, not U's to M. People should be switching from M to U. No, the Fed's tomorrow. What if you already have an account with Tradeovate? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because again, they'll create the account for you that's attached to their account, Supreme Bean. And then once you use that login information, it'll take you where you need to be with them. But yes, if you already have an account, that's okay. That doesn't mess anything up. You'll just want to make sure that you use their login information that they send to you. Remember I mentioned yesterday I was $100 away from completing my 50K yesterday. I woke up today to them disabling that account, claiming I had a position pass. That is interesting, SM. You would think that the data would be there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know on that one. All right, a little bit past 11. We'll try to get up over 100 viewers before I go into my day. I am interested on a long if this thing comes back down to this VWAP area. But I'm not interested in getting long up around here right now. No, that'd be a rule violation if you hold past 12. Or I mean, excuse me, if you hold past 5 p.m. All right, coming down here a little bit. You wanna? I do. Yeah, I do have a contact, but just to make sure that things don't spin out of control, that is for members of my private community. So I don't remember, SM, if you're a member of the private community or not. If you are, though, yeah, definitely get a hold of me, and I can send my contact an email for sure. While they need to just close out the... No, I disagree, JJ. I think they need to give us the rules up front. And if you forget about the rules, well, that's on you. That's your fault. We're all adults here. That's why, again, let's see if I can find it. Did this video very, well, I would say, I think it's an important video. Let's see, right here. So the first ever, test that I passed in the prop firm world, I did this video about what I learned, and the very first lesson number 1 that I learned was that button right there. Become obsessive compulsive about it. Click it. You can never click that button too many times, because that button is what closes out all of your orders that are out there. Because I've had it, in fact, I lost a couple of my first test accounts because I left orders out there. I didn't think I had any orders out there. So that's why people say, I had all my orders closed. That's why I always push back and say, are you sure? Because I've been there too, where I thought I had all my orders closed, but I didn't. And then I had a couple accounts get liquidated because I was filled and they went too far against me. So that is why lesson number 1 that I learned. Learn to love that button, at least on Tradeovate. Because when you click it, it makes sure all of your orders are closed out. Because yes, I have been there before where I could have sworn all my order, but no, but it makes sense, right? You throw out orders and you have things going on, and then sometimes life just distracts you. You walk away. I mean, you've seen it before on the live stream. I will say I've improved. We have not had it recently, but for you longer time viewers of the live stream, you've seen it happen where I totally forget that I have an order, then I'm filled, and I'm like, what's going on? I mean, it just happens. So, like I said, everybody, if I can give you one bit of advice, the biggest bit of advice to start with Tradovate is, because I mean, they make it so easy. It's so nice. Like, I can click here if I want to buy, and I can click buy, and then I can set my stop right there. And then just look at that. So easy to set an order just right from the chart. But then again, you know, it's easy to get distracted. So that's why, you know, before you get up, come up here. So when I click this button, watch what happens to those orders down there, okay? That's why you got to learn to love it. See how they disappeared? So learn to love the button. Yeah, Chris has had it happen to him. Yep. I can't remember. I know for sure I lost one. It might have been two or... To be fair, the one I got filled, and then overnight it was one MNQ, and then the next day, like I crushed it. Like I was up like $300, which on one MNQ is really, really impressive. So I did have one go in my favor, but yeah, sometimes the ones that don't go in your favor can be very hard. I know, SM. I know. I thought I did all that stuff too. You live and learn, although I would say I had multiple accounts disabled because I didn't fully understand the rules. Yeah. And I would assume, JJ, you're not blaming them for that. I would assume you would blame the person in the mirror. Yeah, SM, keep me posted on what they have to say. It's happened to Mike before. Pulled an $800. Oh, lost to being... Oh, plus 200. Good job. Nice job. Good job, Evil Shaddix. Again, if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Yesterday we set a record. We were up to 50 likes before even the 20-minute mark. Today we're lagging behind a little bit, but that's all right. That's all right. The morning, the stream is young. Like I said, I want to see concurrent viewers get up over 100 before I go over my day, because it may be the last daily recap I do for a while. They offered a bank credit. Well, I mean, from my stance, I can say that like when if I have to offer somebody a credit or a refund or something like that just through the claytrader.com, there can be a little delay. Like I don't know if it doesn't always show up right away. So I don't know how long ago they said they'd issue a credit, but like at least from my experience of how software works, like when I click that button to issue the credit back or the refund back, whatever you want to call it, it's not like the people report it back instantaneous. So I don't know if that's necessarily fair on your part to be like, they said they give me a credit and I checked 7 seconds later and it's not there. You might need to give the software or the electrons a little bit more time to make that jump. All right, in long here. Looking for a breakout or get out. So I have some profit targets scattered about. This is my stop. Like I said, breakout or get out. It broke out. Could have had a scalp, but you know, ideally get more of than just a little scalp here, but I don't know. For those of you that have been on the live stream, it's been the past couple of days have been, I should have just scalped the vast majority of the time. Hi Clay, what is the name of the VWAP you use? I don't know what you mean, but it's the VWAP. Yeah, thanks JJ for that idea. But the thing is, rules can kind of change. Like, for example, take profit trade. There we go. Profit target number 1 hit, so that's good. And I'll keep my stop down there. So still could be a losing trade. Won't be as much of a losing trade just because I did at least get some profit taken out. If it goes up and hits that second profit target there, then I will adjust my stop more at that point. Yeah, I guess I don't know what you're talking about, Alan. It's just CE tools, CE VWAP. I don't know. I'm not sure what you're asking. So I guess that's the name of it. CE VWAP. There you go. Come on. Get up there. Get up there. A little bit more, buddy. A little bit more, brother. Oh, come on. Don't do that. Not like this. There we go. All right. So now I'll put this in winner's territory. So this will be a winning trade no matter what. Put another profit target up there, right there. Move my stop up to the low of this candle now. All right, out there. So nice trade on that one. Wasn't I down? That was red, right? Before I took that trade, I think that was red. The thing with that, JJ, is like Take Profit Trader used to have a daily loss limit, but they got rid of that rule, and that's kind of what blew up their business in a good way. Meaning, customers started rushing in because they liked how they eliminated that rule. So I just bring that up because it's one of those things where, like, yeah, you can do a video and go through all that stuff, but then all it takes is one little tweak, and like the video is kind of irrelevant all of a sudden. But it is a good suggestion. I appreciate the suggestion. It's more than valid. It's just from my standpoint, you know, do the time and the effort, all that sort of stuff, and then all of a sudden, boom, just like that, video irrelevant. But yeah, in my magical, mystical world of time management, if I could like push the prop firm into a corner and being like, hey, do you promise to not change any rules for at least 6 months? And they're like, sure. Then I'm like, okay, I'll do it. But like I said, that's more my magical, mystical world. Hey, we're doing good on likes. Can we get 5 more to just get us up to that 50 mark? That'd be great. Again, if you are new here, the likes are kind of the fuel of the live stream. The more likes that I see creeping up, the longer the party goes. I now know that I officially have the mental capability to make it 4.5 hours. Started off, I remember at the 2-hour mark, I was just spent, exhausted. But it's amazing. The brain is like a muscle, and you work it, you build up endurance. So like I said, I'm not scared of going over 4 hours, but I do want to make sure people are interested. So, and I gauge people's interest via that like button. So as the like button creeps up, I take that as people are interested, and as long as they're interested, we'll keep the party going. So good opening stream. I'm glad I did not scalp out on that one. So that was a good one where I didn't scalp. So good. I like to see some follow through. That's encouraging. I was down about 90. All right, well, yeah. So that was a nice overall trade. Not bad for just 5 MNQs. All right. Well, we were up over 100. Let's see if we can get back over 100. And then, like I said, I'll do the recap of today, which was not good. Is this a short here? Potentially. With a tight stop. So maybe a double top here. Or this is just going to keep breaking out. So, yeah, let's try that. Let's see. Whoops, where's the... Oh, it already went... Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's see if this is indeed some kind of double top. Put out a couple take profits there. Come on down. Come on. There we go. There's one. Come on, show me some red. Oh, come on. Film me. There we go. Good. Okay, let's do this. In fact, let me just get rid of this one. Let's just see if this wants to roll over. So let me make sure this is a winning trade. So stop is in green territory. So if this thing wants to come down, I'm just going to follow it down with my final 3 contracts. But this will be a winning trade no matter what. Just a question of how much of a winning trade, because I don't know how far down this thing can go. And this is the sweet spot of trading, where my only stress right now is how much money am I going to make? Because I don't know how far down this thing might go. All right, let's move this down. There we go. Put it right there above that high. So let's see if this thing wants to keep on bleeding. Nice. Move it down some more. Move it down some more. Keep on coming down. Move it down some more. Oh, hey, hey, hey. There we go. There we go. There we go. What time was that? By the way, that was the bald-faced bat. Now, why didn't I get that this morning? Why couldn't I get that sort of movement this morning? Unbelievable. Oh my goodness, I'd been up so much had I gotten that. Why can't I get that when I really need it? Unbelievable. Yes. Clay, I noticed on your website it's trade without emotion. That seemed to be quite the emotion. It is. It is. That's why I need to be that's why I need to be careful, because I am definitely frustrated. And as weird as it is to say, that trade has me so frustrated. Okay, well, let's go over my day, which is deceivingly good. So right here, you may be saying, "Oh man, wow, Clay, look at all that green." Yeah, well, what you don't see, because Tradeovate gets rid of things, is I lost my one of my pro accounts today. I got payment from it, so it was fine. It was fine. I got paid from it, which is always the goal. Get the pro account, get paid from it, great. But it is gone, which is always so discouraging when you lose a pro account. I did fire up another pro account. This one a 25K. So yeah, there's definitely, they weren't bad trades, but there was definitely some probably over aggression on that one today. But that is a new pro. Like I said, I have pro accounts stored. I've been passing them. If you've been on the live stream, you've seen me pass lots of tests. And like I said, there's a logic behind my madness. So yes, that pro account, I did lose one today, but I pulled one out of the stable. So I do have another pro account in the works, but nonetheless. So I made a comment about how that big winning trade that I just had right there was frustrating, because what I blew it this morning. I bought, a member mapped out this trend line, which was a great trend line right around here, got the movement, and I got very aggressive, because I'm thinking, okay, yeah, let's go. This is looking great. And then all of a sudden, they did. And then it just, you get that, just a flashback for the past couple, or what was it? What is today? Tuesday. And then just the choppy nature of the market was looking great. And then right there, and just the way the account that knocked me out before then spiking back up. So it was just like, you've got to be kidding me. And then, like I said, the trade I just experienced there, a beautiful move. Now, not that I needed that much of a move here, but it's just like, and had I gotten that, oh man, I'd be like requesting probably $3,000-$4,000 today. No joke. Because I got very aggressive there. I'm not gonna, and to be fair, I was right to have gotten aggressive. I got too much, and this is why I was saying earlier, and this is the reason moving forward, I don't know if I'm going to do any more of these like 11 a.m. kind of recaps, because what I'm finding, and what I was explaining earlier, is the live stream voice is starting to factor in, like, dude, just get a huge winner. Let's get thousands of dollars, so that when you tell people how your day went at 11 a.m., like, it's going to look really legit. And that had me, again, it just had me behaving too aggressively, way too aggressively. And like I said, at the end of the day, I'm not blaming the live stream, but I am trying to be as self-aware as possible. And the whole idea of, okay, I know I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna go over my day at 11 a.m. like I've been doing recently. So let's just make this as, because usually I don't do this 11 a.m. thing. So I've been starting to do it, but it cost me in a pro account here, where yeah, I don't know. So I'm still thinking through it. And well, Clay, who cares what and you're right. Maybe it very well could be a flaw on my part. Maybe it's a character part or a character flaw on my part that I want to make this, like, maybe there's too much pride, maybe there's too much arrogance in my heart where I'm like, man, when I get to 11 a.m., I want to show thousands of dollars. I want to show, like, what am I talking about? Like, thousands of dollars? Since when did a few $100s become not good, Clay? Like, where did that go, Clay? That's what I mean, but that's kind of the problem. So I'm gonna have to think through this, and I might just trade, do what I do, because like I said, the point of the live stream is not to prove anything as far as, me as a trader. Like, if you think I'm a terrible trader, that's fine. The whole idea behind the live stream in and of itself is to make people aware of Pam's plan. So this whole idea of, okay, I gotta try to make my account look as best as possible because I gotta go over it at 11 a.m. I don't know. It's just, that right there. Stupid. So stupid. So yes, this is my new pro account. This was a test account that I just created for today's live stream. This is the 150 that, I've been trading. So that one's now about $1,500 from passing. So I gotta start to be very careful with that one. This one, if it gets roasted, I don't really care because, I got to get that number up to 53,000 to put it, to pass it. So that's what I'm going to be trading today. But I don't know. I'm feeling kind of all over the place emotionally. And then just that trade right there again, a good solid winner. But it's like, what? Where was that move over here? Where is that move when I was super aggressive and I could have, that would have led to, I'm not exaggerating. That could have led to a few $1,000s worth of money able to be requested to my account. But instead of that, the account's gone. So I don't know. I'm kind of emotional all over the place, but it's not a good voice. It's not good when you're trying to trade to impress people. Because when you're trying to, and that's what it is. I'm trying to trade to impress you, the live stream, and I want to have a bunch, but that's not why I started this. And I'm not going to keep live streaming. Like, if I can't overcome that hurdle, like the live stream has always been, I want to share Pam's plant with people because I think it truly is the best way to go about day trading. But if it turned into this trying to, like, be some sort of ego trip for myself, where I'm trying to, like, prove how good of a trader is and make people, like, I don't, that's going to have to, that's not good for my trading. So that's kind of my little thank you. That was me just laying down on the psychiatrist couch and me just venting a little bit. It's not about not having emotions. It's about controlling them when it counts. Yep, exactly. Yep. Clay, can you help me reach out to CB Sport? They declined my withdrawal, but still took the money out of the account. I don't know what you mean by that. They declined my withdrawal. But either way, Vo, like I was telling somebody earlier, yes, I have leverage. I have a contact that can, kind of get to the bottom of issues pretty quick at Take Rob Trader. But I got to keep that just for my own time's sake. I got to keep that to members of my private community. So you're more than welcome to join join that membership if you want. But just for my own time's sake, like, I can't just be like, anybody and everybody, let me know, and because then that's just not gonna be very efficient on my part. So that is how my day went. That might be the last recap of kind of my day, and I may just show up and kind of is what it is, and maybe just give a broad maybe just a broad thing like, hey, today's been going well, today's been going not so well, and just leave it at that. Took money out of my account. I don't know, Vo. You're the one that's always here saying, complaining about all these things. Yet I don't know. All I'll say is I know there's two sides to every story, but I don't know what you're talking about. They took money out of your account. What does that even mean? But declined it. Cheers. Thank you, Bald Eagle. Thank you, sir. Good to have you here. Are you not at work today? Well, actually, don't answer that. I don't want anybody getting in trouble here. All right, well, maybe. So let me I got to get rid of that trend line. It's haunting my dreams. There we go. That one right there has served its purpose. Hey, Joseph, good morning. Maybe try to play a fake break of this low right here with the bounce point being down here at right around VWAP. So let me throw out an order down around here to get long. Oh, okay. That was a more clear explanation, Bo. Account was at 52,500. So this is a pro account you have? Is this a pro account? Okay. And what purchasing power? 50K? Yeah, he can. Evil Shaddix. Yeah, he can. He's up above the buffer. The buffer on a 50K is 2,000. So if he was at 52.5, like I said, Bo, I can't remember if you remember the private community or not. If you are, I'd be happy to reach out to him for you. Let me know. I can never remember. I don't know. I can never remember who or you are also members of the private community. But if you are, I guess that's kind of become an extra perk that I've never really thought about. But I can reach out to him. No, on the 50K, you're only allowed to lose 2, right? Or am I confused? 50K, yeah, no, yeah, 50K, you're allowed to lose 2,000, so that also becomes your buffer then. So yeah, as far as I can tell, Bo is what he says makes sense. I've gotten 5K. Okay, so they paid you before, so I don't know. Are you trading with a bot or something, Bo? Yeah, I don't know then. Well, yeah, something changed, and if they paid you $5,000 and now they declined this one, yeah, something has clearly changed. All right, I'm gonna go. Whoops. See, I forgot about that order. We were talking about that earlier on. That's how easy it is to forget about orders. I forgot that I'd put that order down there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and cancel that out because my risk profile will now be too big. Passed my first account today. Nice job, Jeremy. I think though, Boaz, I'm just that would in some senses make sense on why they did take it out of your account though, why they lowered it down. Because if they deem that $500 was ineligible for some reason, it makes sense why they're like, no, we're taking that out of your account. So that part makes sense in my mind. But yes, it's more a question of why did they deny it? That's what I'm curious about, especially when they paid you $5,000 before. So, yeah, there's something going on there. You're the first I've never heard of them denying anybody else. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Evil Shadox. Profit target's 3. Drawdown is 2. Yep. Exactly. Marvin, what's the drawdown on the 25K? What's the drawdown? All right, there we go. There. Okay. Let's see. Got a little bit of a kind of catching a falling knife component here. So just keep that in mind. Well, there you go. So you just answered your question, Marvin. Good. Looking for an entry here at basically 70. If we do see some, if Yep. Yeah, like I said, keep us posted. Noel, as a beginner in day trading, which stocks are you trading here? For what? Noel, this is not stocks. This is futures, which is what you'll want to do. If you want to be a day trader, Noel, you'll want to day trade futures. Reason number one, and this will be a personal question, but there's logic behind it. Do you have $25,000 that you can put into an account? Well, looking like it's not necessarily going to come down to there, so I'll cancel that order out. 5 minutes looking pretty spicy. Big pullback. Look at that nice little doji right now off of VWAP. So yeah, I'm pretty bullish biased right now. Okay, well then, by definition, you can't be a day trader, and the way I define day trader is the ability to buy and sell as many times as you want in the same day. So a day trade is defined as buying and selling in the same day. And because of the pattern day trading rule, you're only allowed to do that 3 times every 5 days. You only get 3 day trades every 5 days. So you just literally cannot be a day trader if you're only allowed to make 3 day trades every 5 days. But the nice thing here about Pam's plant is what we preach around here, and specifically which would pertain to you. There it is. What would pertain to you is right here. That pattern day trading rule that I just discussed. In futures trading, there is none. But it's Pam's plan, so this is the argument for why you would want to do futures, but you want to do it through a prop firm. And the nice thing about a prop firm is the low capital required. So you don't have 25,000, which is fine, but in order to quote unquote become a day trader as defined already, through the prop firm, and by using a prop firm, you could get yourself 25,000 of purchasing power for $105. So if you have $105, you could become a day trader. And not to mention, futures move way better than stocks anyways. So futures make stocks look like paint drying. So hopefully that helps, Noel, but yes. What do you suggest? I suggest, like I said, the prop firm. If you go to the link at the top of the screen, select your purchasing power that I just showed you. That's what I would recommend. Yeah, and then make sure you use code CLAY. That'll give you the discount, the current promotion, and all that. But yes. Definitionally speaking, because of that stupid pattern day trading rule, you cannot be a day trader with stocks without $25,000. But even if you did have $25,000 stocks, they just don't move as good as futures anyways. You're welcome, Noel. Thanks for asking. And yeah, hopefully you stick around the live stream. But that's what it's all about. That earlier I was talking about, the point of this live stream is not to like prove or to hey, look at me, I'm a great trader. Like, that's totally not the issue. The issue is instances like I just had with Noel, to make them aware, hey, you want to be a day trader, Because most people show up and they don't know about futures, they don't know about prop firms, and they don't know about Pam's plant. So I'm like, oh, well, I guess I got to deal with these 3-day trades every 5 days, so let me try to grow my money, and they end up in penny stocks or low float garbage or just all these dangerous situations. Ethereum manager sent me a reply, and yesterday trade history, and it showed I closed out all positions at 10%. Well, so I'd assume they'll get it taken care of now. To be fair, the people that you talk about on the first layer, they have no idea. They don't have access to that data, and I'm glad. I don't want those people to have access to that sort of data. I've also had it too when I've done giveaways for accounts, and I've talked to like the first layer, and they're like, "No, we're not allowed to do that." I'm like, "No, you're definitely allowed to do that. I've had this done like many times before." And they're like, "One moment, please." And then they're like, "Okay, I'm going to send you over to so-and-so. They'll email you back." And it's like, yeah, exactly. So sometimes that first layer, a little rough around the edges. Fernando. I don't know if Fernando still works there, but Fernando, he was the man when it came to the account giveaways. Hey, as a reminder, if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Would love to get up to 100 likes here the next 15 minutes. Put us at the 100 like mark at 1 hour in. If you're new, the live stream is just based off of, the length of it is based off of people's interest level. So if you are enjoying, if you're finding value, if you're entertained, hitting that like button is a way to communicate that. And as long as I know people are, enjoying themselves, then we'll keep the party going. So hit that like button if you have not yet. Yeah, I don't know. And again, I'm trying to be as objective as possible. I don't even know if that's a TPT issue. Is that a Tradovate issue? I don't know. I'm just a little bit more skeptical towards Tradovate because of what was it last week? They had some of their outages or whatever, and I know things were getting messed up all over the place. So I don't know if that's the case here, but I don't know. Me too by two, no messages. Me too by me too. I'm not sure what you mean by no messages. Did I miss one of your messages up above? Let me scroll up. I try my best to keep up with the chat, but sometimes I fall a little bit behind. Just saw them. Was blank. Oh, you're asking about the chat itself? Yeah, I don't know if the chat's blank. I'm not sure what to tell you in that situation. Why did you remove that buy limit order? I honestly I don't even know which one you're talking about, Bash. I'm telling you, I know that makes me sound like a total like goon, but this is hard. Like to live stream, to try to interact with the chat, to try to think, analyze. It's very hard. So I don't even remember what order you're talking about. That's great that it worked out. Why did I cancel it? I don't have any idea because I don't even remember what order you're talking about. I know that makes me sound really stupid, but like I said, I'm trying to think through a million things right now and talk. Be halfway entertaining. So I apologize, Bash, but I don't have an answer because I don't even remember. What wasn't I thinking of? I thought I was thinking about something down here, but I don't remember. We need to have an IC meetup again and Archangel Trades. All right, well, you must. I mean, you're part of the community, obviously, but new to the live stream because I don't recognize that name. Do you talk in the Discord? If so, what's your name in there? Maybe that'll help me recognize. I'm ignorant to trading, but are you tracking only one stock when you trade like this? No, this is not stocks. This is futures. But yes, I am only tracking one future. That is one of the beautiful things about futures because unlike stocks, you don't have to scan. So you get to save yourself time. You get to save yourself money because sometimes scanners will charge money and all that. But with the world of futures, the nice thing is you just pick 1 or 2 contracts, and then because those contracts provide multiple opportunities every single day, that's all you focus on. So, yes, this is not a stock. This is a futures contract, which sounds like, oh, very complicated. It's not. In fact, I would argue that they're easier than stocks to understand, the price movements and everything like that. But yes, and this is all coming from somebody that used to be a day trader of stocks and options. And I can say I love the fact that I do not have to sit here and run scans every morning, check out the news, check out this. Nope. I just roll out of bed like others have heard me say, roll out of bed, give my wife a big smooch, then come over to the computer, sit down, and I already know what I'm going to be trading. Futures are the future. Yeah, future. I heard it many times over the years, and I've been trading for years now, that if you survive long enough as a day trader, you will eventually be a day trader of futures. And here I am as of November. Took me a long time, but as of November, yeah, I finally made the switch, and I can't believe I was so stubborn for so long. Yeah, E-Pass, I don't know how to say your name, but right here, I'll link this to you if you want. This will give you a little introduction here, totally free. But just scroll down here, class 1 is right there. So you can go check that out if you want. Mark both. Interesting area here. That is true. B, yeah, they also have a mobile. Good point. Well, I was thinking about a short there, if I'm being honest. I'm glad I decided against that. Why a short? Well, there was this seemingly flat area of resistance right there, and the price was seemingly kind of putzing around and seemingly struggling with that area. And I keep emphasizing seemingly because apparently that was not actually the case, because the price is pushed up through all that. Hey, 40, good to see you. How much is the Discord membership? It is more than Discord. There's a newsletter that I send out, but yeah, there's a couple different pricing to it, so I'll just send you the link and you can... And there you go. And now it's just continuing to break out here. Yeah, why did... who asked me that? Somebody asked me, why did I cancel that order? I do remember saying when the chart was looking like this, I remember saying, man, this is looking nice. I'm definitely bullish biased. But how I'm not making any money, I don't know. Well, I kind of do know, but... it's just... I know, Clay, enough of the excuses. You're the one that's choosing to talk and interact with the chat and continue to talk. Like, dude, just shut up and trade, and then you don't have to worry about it. And that's, I don't know, that just seemed like it'd be so boring. Like, who just wants to sit here? I don't know. I like to interact with the chat. I guess the trade-off's worth it to me. The minis market being introduced has opened up futures. You mean the micros, you mean, Jeff? Agreed. The micros has certainly opened things up 5-6 years ago. Was truly a game-changing event for traders. But yes, again, I'm nitpicking, but you meant the micros. ES and NQ are the minis. And what we're talking about is it used to just be NQ. And NQ, oh boy, if you want volatility, that thing will knock your socks off. You will be in heaven. With that said, if you're a beginner, whether that's to just trading in general or even futures, to just hop right into NQ, Kind of scary, but like I said, 5-6 years ago, then they invented the MNQ. The M standing for micro. So it's still the NQ, just at a slower paced version of it, which is fantastic. And it's now the most liquid market. So it is the most most popular one. So yes, that was a change that. And again, well, why did it take you so long to get into futures? Well, that was, when I first got started way back when, futures were not like they are now. There was no prop firms, there was no micros. So it was a much different environment. But yeah, now for the people that are just stepping into the markets, oh man, you just don't know how good you got it. Sort of like I have a podcast and I've interviewed people over the years, and I've interviewed some people, and they say the same thing to me. Clay, you don't know how good you had it. When I got started, we had to go buy literal books that had the technical charts in them. But now, of course, we just have software. If we want to know what a technical chart is, we just type it in and boom, we have it at our fingertips in a half a second. So I've talked with people like that are just like, oh yeah, I remember you'd have to call in all your trades. It was like $80, of commission to buy. $80, just crazy stuff. But now, even with the invention of the prop firms and the invention of the micros, man, I know I sound like an old timer now. Get off my lawn. Be grateful for what you have. All right, I think I got to get short here. I like this candle. I can have a small little risk there. Okay. Maybe this will, no, I want to get a little bit higher than that. There we go. Maybe a short-lived trade. We'll see. Come on, hit it. Hit my first profit target. Come on. Oh, come on. How am I not getting filled? There we go. Thank you, you scumbag. Okay, let's make sure this is a winning trade. So I'm going to go ahead and put my this stop slightly in the green. Come on, hit that next target. There we go. So I'll put my stop now slightly above this candle, and we'll just follow it down. Follow it down. Come on, let's see another flush. There we go, follow it down. I'm getting very tight with it, but if we can get some momentum, that'll be okay. Come on. Come on. Come on, Cletus. Come on, Cletus. Do it. We are playing the bipolar polar bear right now. This is the bipolar polar bear setup. Come on, bipolar polar bear. Let's go. There we go. Gonna just keep moving it down. There we go. Keep coming down. Come on. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Do it. Hey, brother. And out there. Bipolar polar bear strikes. Solid trades today compared to yesterday. No, yeah, today's so far so good. Always keep your eyes out for the bipolar polar bear, okay? I don't want to hear anything about liquidity sweeps. I don't want to hear anything about FVGs. I don't want to hear anything about stop loss hunters. All you got to keep your eye out is for Mexican mice, bipolar polar bears, and of course the spicy orangutan. That's what we do around here, brothers. As an FYI, please don't start Googling that stuff. It's a joke, okay? It's a joke. And the only reason why I specify that as a joke is there are some goofy things that do exist out there, especially in options. You have like iron condors and butterfly spreads and all sorts of kind of stuff. The hairy broomstick trade. Oh, that's an intense one. Hey, if you're enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. If you thought that was a cool trade to see, hit that like button. Let's try to get this up to 100. That'd be fantastic. Drip is saying oil has topped for the time being. Okay. Gotcha. How much was that trade? I don't remember what that number was at beforehand. It's at 409.50. Where was it before that? It was at rough. No. It wasn't at 150, Dan. I made about 200? Okay. That's true. Yeah, that's right, Jim. Yeah. When the live stream started, this number right here is at minus 95. Now we're at 409. So just remember, lesson there, manage risk. Right? I had some losing trades. So yeah, like I said, when this stream started, this was at a red 95. I was down $95, but to my credit, I managed the risk and was able to fight back. 300 away from passing a 50K eval. You got this, Dave. Don't think about it, though. Just do it. Just keep trading. Is this a double top here? Might try this again. Risky trade because maybe this is finally where it's going to pop up. But like I said, I'm willing to risk a little bit on it. In. Put a stop right there. Let's see if it wants to come back down again. Blue line is my entry. Green line is my stop. Very basic premise. We'll see if this resistance here wants to push it back down again. Just had a big boomer trade on it right there. Do I think it's going to roll over that much again? I don't. But is it worth taking this small amount of risk? Sure. Let's see what happens with it. Green line there is my first profit target. I'm liking this candle that's forming. I mean, it's not done forming yet, but very basic premise. This area has had sellers before, so I'm just trying to see if these sellers are still here. See if this wants to, get rejected again. If they're not still here and I get taken out, so be it. That line right there is my first profit target. Oh, come on. I guess to be fair, it didn't hit that green line. It got close, but didn't hit it. There we go. Very good. So let's do this again. Let's put this in winning territory. So this will be a winning trade now, just not sure how big of one because I don't know how far down this thing wants to come. But it will be a winning trade regardless. So I'm back in the sweet spot. The sweet spot being where the only stress is how much money am I going to make because you don't know how far the price is going to go in your favor. I will throw out another one down here just... And then I'll follow it down with just one at that point. But let's see if we can get that target. Come on, brother. Don't do me like that. Not like this. There we go. All right. Put the stop right there, and I'm going to start to follow it down. If it flushes, there we go. Move it down some more. Look at this. Second time in a row, right down off of that area. Why did I not go with 5? Why did I only go with 3? I guess I wasn't as a comment, is it really going to happen again? And it did. Again, let's all stop trying to make trading so hard, okay? There's just, there were a little bit of a resistance right there. Sellers are hanging out there. So this first time I thought, hey, let's see if the sellers are still hanging out there. I was right. Came back up to that same exact area. I'm like, hey, let's see if the sellers are still hanging out there. I was right again. Back down it went. There's no need to throw around a bunch of complicated terms, brothers and sisters. Let's not try to overcomplicate trading. I know the person that's using all the cool terms is trying to sell you something. I do try to sell something too. I got a course. I got all that sort of stuff, but I don't have a bunch of fancy terms. I got a couple, but besides that, it's pretty straightforward. Thank you, Figuring Out Money, a member of the community. Now, if it comes back up here again, will I do it again? Woo! Do I really think that there's still going to be sellers up there? I mean, one of those things where, kind of guilty till proven innocent. But, I mean, you can take the trade with such a tight... I mean, think about that. My stop on all those trades was so minimal compared to what I ended up getting. And that's the name of the game. So, hey, Travis. But yeah, where is this trade? Why couldn't I have gotten these moves with that? I'm not going to relive it. Just move on. Onwards and upwards. Looks like it's making a one-legged turkey. I see a three-legged turkey here, but I'll have to respectfully disagree that this is the one-legged turkey. I see the three-legged turkey here. This is, in many ways, now becoming an interesting potential long area. If it can push through this area at, let's just call it 22-120, because we're getting this kind of overall ascending triangle pattern. So, does it eventually finally make its way up through there? But yeah, I'm finding 22-120 a relatively interesting level here. So I'm kind of starting to shift from being short biased up there to maybe being long biased and looking for a breakout. But, again, to be fair, maybe this is just going to be an area where the sellers smack it right back down. But like I said, that's kind of what I'm seeing right now. I'm starting to slowly shift my bias from bearish, which it's been, to maybe a bullish bias up around 120. Yeah, 120, maybe. Then you kind of clear sailing until you get up around these areas, which could potentially provide resistance. But one step at a time. We first got to see if the price can even curl itself back up there. Oh, Labradabra. I was thinking, I'm going to make you a mod. You've been around a long time now. I trust you. You know what sort of garbage to delete. There we go. Labradabra, you are a mod. If you're like, I don't want to be a mod, that's fine. You don't have to do anything. But you're a mod regardless. So if you see something that's just absolutely crazy, like I said, you know what kind of stuff to delete. All right, just watching it kind of chop around for now. Nope, no flips trades today. That 50K account is now gone from here. And what I've been trading today is a new 50K. So yeah, but the one that has passed is has been deleted. It's into my stable now of just waiting to be activated to a pro account. Ooh, this is kind of spicy for a short here all of a sudden. Ooh, I don't know. It's whispering in my ear. Hey, can we get 3 more likes? Let's just get this up over 100. That'd be great. Can we get 3 more likes? We got to factor in the JJ effect. So if there's any likes out there, if you're enjoying yourself, if you're entertained, if you're finding value, if anything positive is the case, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that helps. Thank you. There we go. I'm stuck in the break-even range. I'm stuck in the break-even stage. You mean just of your trading journey, or are you in a trade and you're stuck in the break-even stage? Yeah, a defined stage, like your trading career stage, your trading journey stage, or the stage of a trade you're in right now. Trading journey. Well, I mean, with all due respect, that's better than being stuck in the always losing money stage. I can tell you there are probably many traders out there that would love to be in the break-even stage. All right, well, like I said, is this a long up here? Is this the ascending triangle, or do we just... I might have to try short again. Again, I'm only going with 3. 3. Well, if it comes down here, then it never really got up as high as I wanted to see it anyways. But I'll in RFX. Hello, good to see you. I didn't realize that if you had reached the profit target and still have a few days left to show before a pro count, the other days trades you don't have to... Oh, no. Isn't the mind a weird place, JJ? Like, where did your mind come up with that at? Like, it definitely doesn't say that anywhere. And I've done it too. That's why I just comment. Like, I didn't do it in this situation, but just in general, like, the human mind is such a bizarre place. Like, you literally imagined a rule that is nowhere. Like I said, I've done that too with things. It's like, how did I arrive at that conclusion? Like, where did that even come from? I stopped out for a 13-point stop in the retest. Was that in the green or no? Labradabber. All right. Once again, up around this general area where I've already had a couple winning shorts. But there does seem to, like I said, there's sellers up around this area, but are they still here? That's the question. Yeah, I can't take this long right now. Not in this candle. This is too... I wanted to see a little bit different of an approach. If anything, I'm maybe bearish bias still. Yeah, that makes sense, JJ. But yes, not how it works. Consistency does not mean consistently always being green. It just means... Okay, I'll do that. Sell, and I can put my stop right up here. It just can't push too much or else my risk profile is going to get too messed up. So if this pushes up any higher, I'll cancel this trade. But if it wants to come back down, I got a nice little area for my stop. I'm not in yet. In. All right, keep punting. Come on down. Oh, come on. Give me another push to the downside like that. This is hanging on a bit longer than I'd prefer. Give it a chance, though. Trying to give it a chance. Readjust my trend line. We'll wait for another break before shorting unless we just keep pumping. And you're back to break even. I had a problem in 1 month. I made sometimes good money, but in the next month I lose my profit. Impossible to say without actually kind of looking at things in a closer way. Took off one. Took off another one. All right, let's just start to follow this down. So my stop is in green territory. So let's see if this wants to keep dropping, and I'll follow it down with my final. Uh-oh. You gonna stop me out? Come on. Come on, Cletus. And out. All right. Man, this has just been my cash cow up here. This area of resistance. One after another after another. And yes, again, this yesterday in the live stream, I could do nothing right. I could do nothing right. And now I can do nothing wrong. Like just one winning trade after another winning trade. Where does Come On Cletus come from? Oh yeah, the Cletus song was before your time. Sometime I'll break out the Cletus song. Don't jinx it. Yeah. Probably right. I mean, I would definitely not. I would do the opposite of my next trades because I am due for a loser. I'll say that. I am due for a losing trade, so I'd be very careful. We'll see if it wants to get up to those highs. Maybe a double top. Again? Yeah. At the door? Yeah. Okay. I'll come down. Did you answer the door yet?
Not yet.
All right. I'm gonna come down. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Oh my goodness.
Do I answer and tell her that?
No. I'm gonna get it. All right, we're back. Oh my, hey, what happened here? Neighborhood life. That's all I'll say. Neighborhood life. I mean, in hindsight, I want to sit there and be like, oh yeah, man, I would have shorted. I would have. Probably not. Again, it's easy to sit here seeing this and like, oh yeah, I was about to do this. Are you sure, Clay? Would you have actually done it? Probably not. Probably not. I don't see any sort of clean setup here. Maybe at one point this was green, but again, I'm totally hindsight trading right now with confirmation bias because I know what happened next. So yeah, I don't know. But if anybody did take that short anywhere up around there, like I said, this general area here has been delivering and continues to deliver. I have officially passed my 25. Hey, good job, Nas. Congrats. How many days did it take? Good job. I will say this though. Remember that one idea that I was having earlier that I, never did follow through with, but whoops. Or I don't know, no. It was like here. Right? I drew that triangle. That would have been brutal. That was for any longs that were, thinking anything like that. I mean, that was a nasty move. To break out, and then that move took everybody out. Then just head back up. There are some longs right now having a very frustrating, like they're on tilt watch right now. There are some people in the world right now for sure on tilt watch. Today is day 5. Nice. Within the 5 days. Very good. You didn't rush, but you got it done within maximum efficiency anyways. Good job, Nas. What happened with SRM today? Probably a dump. You're long where? At 761? Where's your stop at? Where's 761? Ooh. Uh-oh. You're long right there, and now it's all the way down here. Where's your stop at, The Last Samurai? Good movie, by the way. Oh, that's got to be a buy there, right? I'm doing it. Try for a little scalp. I got wiggle room. Not 58.5. I mean, if it breaks there, it's got to give us some sort of pop, right? I can at least get that little scalp out of it, right? I mean, come on. Going for a buy there. Just a little bit of a scalp. I'm not asking for much. I would think a high probability trade. Stop at 655. All right. Well, I'm glad you got a stop in. As far as what happened to it today, well, I mean, it's a micro cap. Those things are wild beasts that can wreck people in a hurry. So yeah, you got to be very careful with those ones, especially when all of your money is at risk. Like, how many shares do you have, The Last Samurai? Again, I'm buying at the green line and just looking for a quick scalp. In my mind, very high probability trade. But maybe I'm about to be made to look like the fool. I pity the fool. But I mean, come on. Come on. I should be able to get that little amount if it can break up through that area. Bought 100 shares. Man, that's still 650 or 760 bucks. Have you ever heard of futures before, The Last Samurai? Come on. Again, my buy is at the green line. Well, stick around. Stick around, The Last Samurai. I can run you through some math that kind of shows how what you're doing on those micro caps is just not very efficient. Because to think that you have $700 at risk right now, $761 at risk, when you could be trading something that moves way better than those sorts of stocks, and your all-in risk could be $105, and yet you could be making a whole lot more than what you're trying to make on SRM. I know it all sounds a little too good to be true, but that is the power of Pam's plant, which we talk about here, day trading futures through a prop firm. All right, let's see. Will it break? Will it break? Oh, what a terrible fill. What was that? What was that? Oh my. What a... Well, my stop is right there. Uh-oh. Okay, come back. Come back. What? Okay, that's scary. Take profit just went... Or not take profit, excuse me. Trade Ovate just went blank for a second. All right, there's no way this turns into a winning trade. That was what I'm not going to say my worst ever fill, but that fill was brutal. Well, all good things must come to an end. I've been on a hot streak this live stream, but the market was like, all right, boy, time to serve you some reality. And I'm out. Wow. Hey, I'm out. Why are you showing me still in? Uh-oh. Come on. Let me try to change it to another account real quick. Okay, now let's go back. No, hey. I don't have an order out there. What are you doing? Is Tradeovate glitching for anybody else out there? Hey, what is that even? I'm not in this trade. Okay, at least it's not like calculating me like I am in it. Yeah? Okay, what's it going to do when it hits that blue line? Hopefully nothing. Refresh the page. How do I refresh the page? This is not the browser version. Restart it? Okay. Alright, let me log back in real quick. Come on, Tradeovate. Let's go, buddy. Did everybody see that fill, though? That was the worst fill I've seen in such a long time. Alright, it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Alright, thank you, everybody. Happened twice last week. Blank screen and open position. You can't close. Well, I had my position closed. I was able to get out, but it just still showed me like I was in the trade. Even though down here I wasn't in the trade or anything. Yeah, if SM, if you want to show them, you know. But what a crock. I mean, that was such a... I don't know. Like, I really want to try going long again. Like, this seems like it's just getting ready. It really wants to go. I got plenty of wiggle. Wasn't that up over 500? Was my loss really that big on it? Am I stupid for wanting to buy? Am I missing something? To me, that seems like a really good long right up there. Am I missing something? I know there's a little bit of a potential resistance right there, but if it can break this clump of resistances at, let's call it 130, I mean, in my opinion, that one doesn't stand much of a chance. I don't know. Am I missing something is the question. Slosh solution. What do you think of KULR? I think it's about to rebound and make me a ton of profit. Oh yeah? Yeah? What's your entry price at? KULR. What are my thoughts on KULR? A train wreck. A train wreck is my thoughts on this one. This is why I'm telling you, these people that are trading small caps, low floats, I get it. But these things will wreck you. They will wreck you, and it's all of your cash on the line. That's why I'm trying to make people aware of Pam's plant. Look at that. That was a blessing. It was a blessing that I checked on that. Because look at what would have occurred. If I would have bought that, it would have suckered me in again. Well, that was a blessing there. KULR is going to do a 1 to 8 reverse split next week. Ouch. And like I was saying earlier, SM, none of this seems like take profit trader issues. This seems like Tradovate issues that you're describing. What a crock of garbage that was. Well, this Count Me is now having trust issues for taking anything long right now on breakouts. Man. Brutal. That is truly just... unreal. Wow. Well, I feel your pain. If anybody, like I said, I was very seriously considering that, but then I went to look at the Trainwreck KULR, and that actually proved to be a profitable analysis because it took my attention away from this for a couple seconds. Man, look at the 5 minute though. In fact, this is definitely needs to just be mapped out. This general area right here. That's what that's representing, you know, just the key, just general area. Now, if it can break up through there, you would think that it could find some good, solid momentum, but right now, so many fake breakouts down here on the 2 minute. It's scary to try to buy anything on the breakout side of things. If you have the courage to buy something, then more power to you, but I'm not quite sure I'm there with you right now. But that 5 minute, yeah, that area looks super interesting. So I lost 112 on that previous one. Gotcha. That would make sense. I'm like, how did I didn't think I was risking more than $100, but my entry point was like literally because of, I guess, the slippage, it pushed it up. That was a terrible entry point. Oh my goodness. Oh, wait a second. Let me cook real quick. Let me cook. Ooh, that's spicy, that trend line. That is spicy. Boom, 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 boom. Does it boom again? Yeah, man, let me cook. I like you, Last Samurai. Todd L managed to get payout today. Let's go. Good job, Todd. I did the opposite, but I don't want to talk about it anymore. But congrats, Todd. That's awesome, man. Always a good day when the prop firms are paying. So really quickly, Last Samurai, like I said, you're in SRM with $700. And let me ask you, also let me ask you this, Last Samurai. Do you want to be a day trader of stocks? So let me see if I can guess your situation. You would like to be a day trader. Day trader being defined as buying and selling something as much as you want every single day. But you don't have the $25,000, so therefore you kind of have to trade these smaller cap stocks so that you can try to grow that money larger so that you can get over the $25,000. That way you can break the pattern day trading rule and then finally be able to day trade as much as you want. Am I within the vicinity at all, Last Samurai? Am I barking up the right tree? Pretty excited my first. Hey, man, congrats. Congrats. Yeah, the first is sometimes the hardest one to just kind of get there. It's sort of like passing a test. It's like passing that first prop firm test can be, but once you pass it, you kind of get in your groove. And I don't want to ever say that it becomes easy, but you just, I don't know, something happens and it clicks in your brain. And again, I'm not saying that, you know, payouts are now going to become easy, but, you know, sometimes it's just that first one that's the hardest. Green Day for me also, 900 in both accounts. Good job, Honest. Pretty much exactly my situation. I'm working to scale this account as much as I can as a goal on. Okay, so the Last Samurai, safe to assume that in your ideal world, you'd like to be a day trader. Day trader being defined as you can have as many day trades as you want every single day, as opposed to only having 3 day trades every 5 days. Is that a safe assumption? that in your ideal world, if you could be a day trader today, again, day trader defined as having unlimited day trades every single day, would that be an ideal situation? Okay, absolutely. All right, well, that can be made possible because here we talk about, I'll go through this very quickly, but the great thing here about Pam's plant, which is argument to day trade futures through a prop firm, but for you, the thing here with futures is check it out. Pattern day trading rule, there is none. No pattern day trading rule, and then also the movement. Futures move way better than any stock you're watching, including SRM. Way better. Futures make stocks look like paint drying. But Pam's plant, the nice thing about the prop firm is just the low capital required. So you want to be a day trader. How much does it cost? How much would be required for you to become a day trader? Well, if you went to the link at the top of that screen there, and which would bring you to Take Profit Trader, you could get yourself $25K in purchasing power for $105. So if you have $105 bare minimum, you could day trade stuff that moves way better than stocks anyways, as much as you want every single day. That is Pam's plant. That is by far the best, the most efficient way to go about day trading. So you, my friend, are the exact reason for the live stream, because people like you are out there, you're not aware of this, and you're suffering in stocks like SRM because you're trying to scale your account, you're trying to grow a smaller amount of money bigger so that you can get over $25,000, so that you can overcome the pattern day trading rule, so then you can finally day trade as much as you want. But you can skip all that because of futures. So right there, get rid of SRM. And again, you have $700 at risk. With the prop firms, your only risk would be the cost of the account. So in that one situation where you have the $105, that is your risk, literally $105. So, and again, you're trading things that move way, way better. LMD, hey LMD, good to see you. All right, let's see if we can get... So right now what I like on the 5 minute, came right down here to the 21 EMA, getting a nice little kind of doji. Yeah, I'm done with that 50K. I'm on a new one right now. This is a new 50K. If you want to know where my day stands, Anis, I'm not going through it again. Go back to, basically the 11 a.m. mark. So I don't know, about 10, 15 minutes in, because I don't feel like talking about my day anymore. It was not a good day. A discouraging day. Yes, and don't forget to use code Clay, exactly. If you want the discounts, if you want to support the channel. Now, Last Samurai, maybe you're like, I am brand new to trading and KUL was my first ever trade. I want to do penny stocks and slowly build my account, but everything is saying penny stocks are way too risky. Well, Slosh, did you just hear what I talked about? Slushman? Did you, I was just telling the Last Samurai something about prop firms and futures. Were you here for all that? Hey, Anthony, good to see you. So again, we have somebody that's stuck trading garbage KULR because they want to build their account so that they can get over the $25,000 mark, so they can overcome that pattern day trading rule. That is why I'm here, to share Pam's plant with people. You don't have to do any of that. You can trade something way better than penny stocks. Within the grand scheme of things, I'm fine, Anthony, with the way I have it all structured now. It's just still discouraging the way this morning went. Just discouraging. But yes, overall, it's fine, but just nonetheless discouraging. I am interested for a long at the trend line. I mean, this thing has been bouncing at that trend line several times, so I don't think I'm too crazy to think that it might want to bounce again. But I do need to wait and want to wait for it to actually come down to the trend line. As a reminder, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. In fact, let's do this. Let's get this thing up to 150 likes within the next 20 minutes to keep the live stream going. So if you are enjoying, if you want this stream to keep on moving, make sure you hit that like button. And we should be able to get up to 150 likes in the next 20 minutes. So Like I said, the live stream is dependent on you, on your interest levels. And as long as people are interested and I gauge the like button to gauge those interest levels, we'll keep the party moving. So if you want the party to keep moving, make sure you hit that like button. All right, we'll see if we can make another push back upwards. Well, Alex, it was a 150K account, so. Tide Trader, hey. Tide is in, like, Roll Tide? Oh, booming. We're booming. Only 9 likes away. People ain't joking around. All right, I'm feeling confident we'll be able to hit that metric. So good job. No, it got close, but never quite hit the trend line, and now it's already coming back up. I like 22-120, but like I said, I have PTSD right now from witnessing my one long trade right there where I got stopped out, and then being very interested in going long right there, but I got distracted, did not take it, to then watch that one break out, sucker people in, to just say, hey, just kidding. So we have 2 JK breakouts here. JK just kidding breakouts. JK breakout there. Boom, hey, just kidding. Right there, breakout. Hey, just kidding. So I'm kind of scared of the JK breakout right now, which I am watching 120. Is that going to JK me? I got wiggle room. I can give it a try. If I get JK'd, so be it, I suppose. I think it's going up. Well, then you get long, Annis. Let's see what happens, brother. All right, don't JK me. Let's go. There we go. Come on, push. Again, when I look over there, I'm not like looking into oblivion. I do have another monitor that's got other time frames and stuff like that. I do imagine that from your point of view, when I kind of just look over here, I can probably look a little goofy, like, what's this guy looking at? Did I just get JK'd? Again, blue line is my entry point. Push. I like the 5 minute, looking good. All right. I'm having too many trust issues. Well played. Well played. I lack patience, and then it makes that, it made that jolt up. I don't think I would have gotten filled up around there. But yeah, I lost patience on it. Again, having trust issues because of the 2 JKs right here. And it was starting to really seem like maybe I was going to get JK'd on that one. Hey, 150 likes. That's awesome. This is a great group. This is a great group. We haven't even had a single troll show up. This is a great group. Although Slushman and Last Samurai, They just dropped off the map. I was trying to help them out, but I don't know where they went. Well, if anybody else went long there, it's looking good for you. I didn't trust it for the reasons just discussed, and it looks like shame on me. I'm happy no matter what, because I gave that thing plenty of time. So it's not like I only gave it a half a second to really start to move. No, I let it putz around, and it just wouldn't quite go. So I feel just fine, even if it continues to grind up. I know that for me, I gave it plenty of time. It just didn't happen to work out. Where you been, Ben? Life been busy in Greece? Sovereignty, hey. Good to see ya. If I remember right, you were here yesterday for the first time, or at least yesterday was the first time you spoke up. All right. I only thought people took naps in Greece. Does Greece have an economy? What do you sell in Greece? What's the exports? Olives? What is Greece's main export? Lost some money on futures. Hey, losing money's part of it. As long as it's a controlled amount, then no problem. You're one of the realest traders on YouTube. Well, thank you, Javier. Some have said I'm one of the prettiest, which I agree. I do believe that let's be on that one, I am the prettiest. I am the most beautiful. So here's a funny story last night, just as we wait to see how this plays out. Greece economy is hotels and resorts. Gotcha. Ooh, look at this pullback here. Okay, so usually, what is futures trading? What you're watching right here. What right here is futures trading. It's pure goodness. So now you're like, well, I got to go learn about futures trading. All right, Last Samurai, let me ask you this. When you were trading SRM, what were you using for your decision making? Were you using the technical chart? Let's make sure you don't have a false lens, because right now it sounds like, oh, great, I got to go learn about futures, how futures work. What's futures trading? No, you don't. I'll teach you everything right now. Truly appreciate your wisdom. New subscriber. Hey, well, thank you, DiCaprio. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. I mean, that seems like the golden goose right up there. Which, as a reminder, on the 5 minute, same general idea. This area up here, that really seems like the kind of the golden goose break. I use support, resistance, and EMA. Saw a big. Okay, cool. So, Last Samurai, you use charts already. So, good news, you are 97% of the way there to trading futures, because futures are just charts. You mentioned support, resistance. Guess what? Support and resistance matter a whole lot in futures. So, because you already use charts, you're already 97% of the way there to trading futures. Now, let's go over the 3%. And I'm going to ask all of you this too, that are maybe in Last Samurai's case, you're looking at all this, you're saying, man, Pam's Plant, day trading futures through a prop firm sounds amazing, but man, I don't have the time to learn about futures. Or where do I learn about futures? How do I learn to trade futures? False lens. That's not true. Because again, if you already use charts, if you use charts to day trade crypto or use charts to day trade Forex or stocks or options, then you're already 97% there, because the only difference for you, you would say, well, I'm going to use charts to now day trade futures. But here's the final bit. So if you're in that category, here's a little bit of math. I'm going to teach you the final 3%. So Last Samurai, here we go. So from this distance to this distance, if you look at these numbers, you'll notice is a 10 difference. 22,090, 22,080, that's 10. 10 what? Well, in futures, things are measured in points. So this distance here is points. So the key question that you have to ask in futures, with whatever contract you're trading, how much is 1 point worth? That's what you have to ask. Because if you know this, everything else falls into place. So on the NQ, which is what I'd recommend, or the MNQ, but the NQ is a type of contract that goes with the NASDAQ. 1 point equals $20. So here's my question to you. Let's say somebody buys there and then sells there. So the futures trader says, I made 10 points on that trade. Now this is also per contract. But so for this sake, they had one contract. So they say, hey man, I just made 10 points on one contract. And you know that 1 point is worth $20. So if they made 10 points, how much did that trader make? I'll open it up to everybody just to prove. Now, if you already understand futures, I'm not asking you. I'm just asking it to the contingent of people that are maybe a little intimidated because they think futures are very complicated or think they got to go learn a bunch of stuff. Because again, if you already use charts, 97% of the way there. So again, a futures trader says, hey, I had one contract and I just made 10 points on it. How much dollars and cents did they make if 1 point equals $20? Ooh, pulling back to this trend line here. We're at the trend line. Let's see what it wants to do. Okay. Nobody wants to talk about that right now. Okay. Nobody wants to answer the question. Last Samurai's gone. All right. Well, if he comes back, maybe I can try to I was trying to teach him the final 3%. What's interesting over here is we are approaching the purple line here, the 50 period moving average. You can see right there. Basically a support, there a support, there a support. Will it be a support again? Well, did you hear my question, Last Samurai? If you're here, then answer the question. Please don't tell me you didn't hear that question. Okay, when you can actually stay around, Last Samurai, let me know. When you can actually stay and listen. I was literally trying to do a one-on-one little tutoring session with you right there, and you bailed on me. So when you can actually stay around, let me know. Gotta love it. Hey, buddy, let me help you out. Oh, what? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I just wandered off. All right, good. Other people are answering. Very good. Yes, the answer to that question was $200. If 1 point is worth $20 and then the trader says that they made 10 points, all of you that answered, correct. $200. You are now 99% of the way there to understanding futures. Final 1%. Let's say that, again, because that was all per contract. Let's say that person said, hey, I had 3 contracts and I made 10 points on the NQ. How much dollars and cents did that person make with 3 contracts? Again, they made 10 points on the NQ with 3 contracts. There you go, Ronald. I was going to say, I think maybe you didn't hit a number. Good job, Last Samurai. Boom, there you go. $600. You now officially know how to trade futures, Last Samurai, because you already use a chart and you understand how points work. So there you go. How do you decide what to trade? I think that either start here. Either start with MNQ or MES, and that's all you'll ever need. Once you get your feet wet and once you get established, then you can try just trading the NQ. But start with MNQ. All right. We got some good movement here. And then after that, Matt, good question. That's the great thing about futures right here. Unlike stocks and crypto where you always got to scan stuff, you don't have to scan anything. Once you find what you want, you can wake up every morning. You can just trade that same thing over and over and over again. So like all I trade is literally the NQ and the MNQ. That's it. Because that's all I need. Plenty of opportunities, multiple opportunities every single day. Oh my goodness. Stop with the liquidity grab nonsense. No, there's no liquidity grab. Nobody, who is grabbing the liquidity, Ronald? That's one of my pet peeves. I can't stand liquidity grabs. Because that implies that there's some magical, mystical thing out there that's grabbing. No, it's just supply and demand. A bunch of sellers showed up. This is what happened, Ronald. A bunch of sellers showed up. Boom, 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 boom. There were not enough buyers, not enough buyers, not enough buyers because there was too much selling pressure. Then it bounced back up because the selling pressure was overwhelmed by the buying pressure and it went back up. That's why. Nobody was grabbing liquidity. There was just a big seller that showed up. And because there was not enough buying pressure, it kept dropping. But can everybody tell me where the buying pressure showed up? Or, in supply and demand, boring lingo, economic lingo, can anybody tell me where the demand showed up? Oh, finally demand overwhelmed supply right there. Because that's where it stopped going down. That's why. That's why. But if that's what people understand, yeah, I don't like when people understand wrong things though, Tim. I prefer people just understand like the truth of how the market works. It's supply and demand. That's it. Yes, yeah, Ted, it is wrong. If I don't know what you're saying, it's not wrong, but if you're defining it as there was a liquidity grab, think about it. That implies somebody went out there to grab the liquidity. No, there's no magical, mystical force out there. Now, if you meant supply and demand is not wrong, correct, yes. Okay, Tim, well, if you want to believe in, unicorns and stuff, that's fine. I do think there's no. See, everybody. That's the problem with the humans. That's why conspiracy theories are always so popular. Because like a simple explanation is never good enough for anybody. Like literally, a bunch of supply showed up. Supply, selling pressure, however you want to look at it, showed up. There was not enough demand to fight back. Therefore, price drop because there was just too much supply, too much selling. And then all of a sudden, demand showed up. And once demand showed up, price stopped going down and it recovered back up. And now, right now, guess what happened? Right here, there was not enough demand anymore. There was too much supply that showed up. Therefore, it's going back down. That's it. It's just supply and demand. But again, I understand. Like, if you want to like sell something or if you want to sound cool, then you can use all these things. But to say that there was a liquidity grab, that implies that some mystical force out there is grabbing. No. That's nobody's doing that. Yeah, so Tim believes that there's some sort of magical, mystical creature out there that can control the market. I don't know who these people are that can control the market, but apparently somebody can control how billions of dollars are traded. Yeah, Tim, like I said, we will definitely have to agree to disagree when you're out there believing in unicorns. Exactly. Tim, look up above. That's it. Supply and demand doesn't sell t-shirts. Exactly. Tim, you literally believe in unicorns. If you believe that they are out there sweeping liquidity and they are out there grabbing liquidity, I know where you learned all that stuff from, and you're kind of part of the cult, apparently. I was warned about this certain cult and like how members whoa! Again, right here, a bunch of selling just showed up. A lot of supply, not enough demand, hence the big move down. That's it. You believe in unicorns. If you believe that there is a magical, mystical force in the market that's out there grabbing liquidity, hunting stop losses, you believe in unicorns. Hey, Jones, good to see ya. For me, there was absorption, trying to move the price up. Okay, so that's cool sounding word, Dave, absorption, or you can just say demand. For me, there was demand trying to move the price up. And the sellers kept selling to buyers, but there was nothing the market that moved the market. Yeah. Correct, I agree. So what you just said was there was not enough demand. What you just said, Dave, so we agree. You said it in with like cool sounding words like absorption and stuff like that. But what you just said was demand was trying to push the price up, which is what buyers are trying to do, right? I mean, when you buy something, of course you want to help push the price up. You want the price to go up, of course. But what you just said, Dave, was buyers were trying to push it up, but there was too much supply, too much selling, therefore the price went down. Exactly, supply and demand. Yeah, exactly. I know where that's coming from, Last Samurai, but that don't exist in the futures market. Again, now, and here's the problem that people don't understand. Right, Dave, but I don't think either of us think that there's a magical, mystical thing out there trying to grab liquidity or trying to sweep liquidity. Whereas Tim seems to believe that there is a magical, mystical force out there. Now, Last Samurai, here's the thing. Well, when you say, Tim, they are trying to grab liquidity, who is they? That's what makes me think that. So if you don't mean that, that's fine, but I'm just telling you that from my ears, when you say they are trying to grab liquidity, that's where that comes from. But Last Samurai, here's the problem with the whole idea of, well, you have big whales. Okay, fine. Let's look at a microcap stock, Last Samurai. This is what people always fail to realize. So we could all, as a group, we could go to some penny stock that's got no volume, and we could all, as a group, let's just say buy $1 million worth. And you know what? We will actually be able to move the market because there's not a lot of volume. Maybe it's a low float. We can move it. So we put $1 million as a group into it. And you know what? So $1 million gets that thing moving up. So here's a question. What is actually important now? Well, we all bought, fine. We all manipulated the price up, fine, by buying, but have we made any money? If you bought right here, and then the price is right there, have you made any money? The answer is no. Why is the answer no? Well, because you need to answer something very important. Is there a seller or is there a buyer there willing to buy from you? So my point is this, yeah, we could all buy, manipulate the market, but if all this whole manipulation, if all we generate of like excitement and interest and more people buying, if all we generate is, let's just say $700,000, guess what? We're 300K short. There are some people that just got crushed because they were never able to sell. So you got to keep that in mind is, yeah, things can be manipulated to an extent, but people forget like, yeah, but those people have to actually be able to exit their positions. So you got to keep that in mind. Yes, we all could manipulate, but at the end of the day, if you don't generate enough buyers to come and take what you're trying to sell, well, then it's kind of failed. Yeah, you did, Tim. Yeah, you said it right there. I think they will sweep some lows before take the high of the day. Again, they. Who is the... Okay, so I guess you didn't say they will grab liquidity. You said they will sweep some lows. That's what I mean. That's why I thought that you thought there's some magical, mystical force out there because you said they. But if that's not what you mean, then okay, no problem. How much of your profit goes to the prop firm? Good question. So with Take Profit Trader in the Pro account, 80% you get to keep. Pro Plus, 90% you get to keep. All right, we gotta. This is getting spicy here. Hey Sam, good to see you. I use volume and order flow. Pretty much that's exactly what it is, Dave. Yep, exactly, Dave. Agreed. Whoops. All right, in here. Let's see if we can get this thing to break and flush. Come on, let go, let go, let go, let go. Go, push. I'll take the scalp. There we go. A little bit of a scalp. Somewhat of a chase, but I thought I had a chance to at least get a scalp out of it. And I was right, but now it's just a question of could I have gotten more of a scalp? Is this thing going to bleed? So that'll be, hindsight will be my judge. Yeah, they the market. Again, okay, Tim, fair enough. Fair enough. We'll move on. People that use terms like liquidity grab are under a certain... I don't know, man. It's I don't know. I'm like I said, from that person's view, I get why they're doing all that because they're trying to sell stuff, so that makes sense. But I think Chris was like, yeah, if you just talk about things in supply and demand, that's not going to sell any T-shirts. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, yeah, JJ, I don't have the mental capital to go over that right now, because you're right. I've gone over that about 8,000 times, brother. Let us all take a chilleth pilleth. Agreed, Jerry. Agreed. I like Tim. Tim is here every day. I like Tim. He's always giving trade plans ahead of time. I think that's why maybe I acted a little bit more with some intensity. Because, like, when I know somebody and I like somebody, and then I'm like, wait a second. I kind of, I have a little bit more passion into it. So, Tim, no offense. If anything, that is a true compliment. Like, because if I don't know you, if, like, you just show up, I'm like, okay, cool story, and then I just move on. Yeah, Matt, yeah. I like the tree you're barking up, Matt. Now, we should be okay, but the benchmark by the 3-hour mark is always 200 likes. So we have about 44 minutes to get up to 200 likes. So I'm confident we'll be able to do it. But again, if we're going to take this beyond the 3-hour mark, I would like to see my benchmark that I developed is 200 likes by the 3-hour mark. So if you are enjoying and if you want to keep the live stream moving and going and you still have not hit that like button, just do so. And but like I said, I'm quite confident we'll be able to hit it. But just as a FYI. Curtis, I don't have a good entry here. Yeah. Same with me. Well, that's when I got short for the scalp. Bit of a chase. Still worked out. Well, I don't think you've said anything that I would deem disagreeable, Kyle. But yeah, if you said something really, what I thought was, okay, sorry. Right at the pivot point here on the 5-minute. So I was questioning, should I? But yeah, I'm going to stay away from trying to go long here. This seems a bit much right now. There are very defined, right, yeah. Right, the market heads to areas of where there's a lot of supply and a lot of demand. Exactly. By definition, the price has to head to those areas based on how the market works. It's just an auction. So if there's not a lot of sellers at a certain area, well then yes, it's not going to take much for the price to get through those areas until it gets up to the area where there's a lot of sellers on stage, if you picture as an auction. And usually those areas would be resistance areas. But that's why breakouts happen. Right? If this is the price and then you deem the next resistance up here, all that's telling you is that, okay, if this was an auction, quite a few people on stage trying to sell. But if you clear those people off stage, well then really the next, okay, yeah, we can't do this right now. This is too good a price action. I'm starting to wonder if I should try to make. I have a lot of pro accounts, so I'm thinking, do I get aggressive with this pro account and maybe even push it into payment territory? Because this is starting to become some good movement. But do I really want to blow 2 pro accounts in one day? I don't know if I could stomach that. But this is some good movement. Again, I'm up. Well, on this one, on this pro account, I'm up with commissions 585. With this sort of action, I mean, picking up $1,000 gain is actually quite realistic. But man, I don't know if I can mentally handle blowing another account. A pro account, that is. I'm going to run a test on this one. Green line would be my buy. Red line would be where I'd want to get out. Oh, yeah, I won't do it. You won't do what, Dave? Clay, what happens if you blow up your account? Nothing. That's the beautiful thing about prop firms. Your only risk is the cost of the account. So on this one, the 50K, you buy, it's $119. They don't want you losing more than 2,000. If you do lose more than 2,000, your consequence is they close your account. Now you don't lose 2,000 out of your pocket. You only lose the 119. Now you can always get the account back. It's called a reset. You can always reset it again, and that would be for $100. But yeah, that's why part of Pam's plan is this point right here. The added risk control, specifically how you protect your own money. How do you protect your own money? Well, as you just saw there, you put very little of your money in harm's way to begin with. Look at this thing just bleed. I can't do it. I got to get off this pro account. I will lose my mind if I lose this thing today. I can't do it. I'm having a good day on it. This is great action, but great for FOMO traders, exactly. Caught a nice short up there, 15 points. Nice, nice. He seems to have stopped out, but who knows? I'm not sure what that's in reference to, Jeff. But yeah, I'm not in any trades right now. All right, we're going to try a bounce to the upside here. Green line is my entry. I'm in. And out there, very good. Why didn't I do that on my pro account? Good old hindsight. So that, I don't remember where that was, but that was NQs. And NQs add up very quickly. So I'm not quite sure where that number was at before I took that trade, but if you blow up a pro account on Take Profit Trader, you get 3 resets, a little more. Yeah, I would never reset a pro account. Way too expensive. Because for the price of 1 pro reset, you can literally buy like 5 tests. So, do you swing trade in futures? I don't. Prop firms, Pam's plant right here, this is an argument for day trading. Because the prop firm does not want you swing trading. They require everything in cash at night. So, no. This is all day trading here. Cupid's Home, 600s. Okay. Really? That was in the 600, so I made... Oh, yeah, I guess that would make sense how I made... So I got to be careful here because on this account, because it's a test phase, I'm only allowed to make 1,500 on it. Because during the test phase, they want to see consistency. So they don't want you to just YOLO and then get lucky on one trade and then you pass the test because you hit the profit target. But in your pro accounts, you can make as much as you want every single day. I was at 695. Okay. So yeah, might as well try to push this one up to 1,500 on the day. Do we know what's up with this price action? Was there news or something? Or let's go back to... I do not know much about prop accounts, but since you're teaching, if I make $5,000 in a week on a prop account, am I able to cash out the $5,000? Yes, with Take Profit Trader. Now, after you get to the pro account, you've got to, Jones, you first got to prove yourself first. You got to pass the test. So you got to go from the test into the pro. But to answer your question, yes, once you're in the pro, and that's what makes Take Profit different, you can do that. Some other prop firms, Jones, you do. You'd have to wait. If you made $5,000, you might have to wait a week or more. And even after that, they won't even let you request all $5,000. But with Take Profit Trader, you can request it right away and all $5,000 of it. So yes, that is Jones N. That is one of Take Profit Trader's big differentiating points. Is they have the best in the business, the best payment policy, the way it works. It only takes a community to move a market. Yeah, depending on what you're doing. Like we as a live chat, we could go and move a penny stock. Like we could find some low float penny stock that never gets any volume. We could all buy. We could manipulate it up. But our problem becomes, who are we gonna sell to? You know? Thank you, Tactical Reviews. Yes, 80% of the $5,000. Fair point, yes. Let's do that pump and dump. Yes, let's all turn this into a game of musical chairs. In. This is a pump and dump. No, not a pump and dump, but it definitely moves better than any penny stocks. That's why I say futures make other things look like paint drying. I did get in there. Only 3 because I knew that was kind of a chase. We'll see if it does want to come back down. Oh, bro. What? Am I streaming Power Hour today? I don't know about that. Maybe if we have like... Well, I don't know. I guess never say never, but... I mean, if this price action keeps up, maybe. The faster I make my money, every day the better day trading. Whoops. All right. Took a loss on that one. 5-year SIPS auction at 1. Oh, when did all this start though? Oh no, 1. No, this whole movement started before 1. Yeah, I don't know. I sell first though, then y'all sell. Exactly, Sniper. That's how it always works. Let me buy first, and then yeah, also let me sell. Let me sell first too. Exactly. The classic game of musical chairs of pump and dumps. Kind of like this. Ooh. Are the buyers finally here? Has demand showed up? Has demand overwhelmed supply? Right, that just doesn't sound as good. Looking like demand has overwhelmed supply here. The sellers, they were making progress, but then the buyers showed up and said, no more, boys. The buyers are here. The buyers are in town. Get out of here, sellers. Buyers are in town. So that's kind of how I envision that right there. Sellers were getting all cocky. Oh, look at us, look at us. And then the buyers showed up like an old Western. Do we have a petting zoo reversal on the chart? I don't know about that. We may have a 3-legged squirrel, though. This does look like a 3-legged squirrel setup. Is there a contact other than email? I'm not sure. If you are a member of my private community, Rob, then I can reach out to my contact. But I, just for my logistics sake, I can only offer that to members of my private community. Do you know why Greece hates sunrises? Uh-oh, Tom. Are you about to drop some jokes on us? All right, now the question becomes, is this a dead cat bounce? Or is this a legit bounce? Cupid's Home, you never heard of the spicy orangutan before? Or the Mexican mouse? Are you serious? Like, were you born in a barn or something? I say it retests the low of the day. Well, I say you go sign up for Take Profit Trader, Jones. That's what I say. Did you see my comment about Trump threatening to Iran to surrender? That's the cause of the current movement. Oh, I did not see that. Nope. What did he say? Trump threatening Iran to surrender. Hasn't he kind of already been doing that all along? So looking to get short there at the red line. Thought it would get off the low. Keep the stream going to the bell. We'll see what happens. Likes have stalled out here a little bit. Again, we got to get up to 200 likes by the 2 hour or 3 hour mark. So we got 39 minutes to get 21 more likes. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Tim. There's also talk of B2 or B52 deployment. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Jones, please don't tell me you day trade options. You're not day trading options, are you, Jones? Because I'm about to lose. Like I will easily mathematically show you how day trading options makes zero mathematical sense. Like, oh my goodness. Please don't tell me you're day trading options. Please. Please. Caught that long. Congrats. I'm curious how the price behaves at that line right there. I'm interested in a short. I'm thinking this will want to at least come down a little bit. Have a hard time believing it goes straight up. I mean, I suppose. They are covered calls. Oh, that. Okay, well, in that situation, no. But you often do? Okay. Well, stick around and remind me of why day trading options is truly like one of the worst mathematical things you could do. The epitome of working harder, not smarter. But remind me later on because this is good price action. Okay, in. Maybe Bunny, but I don't know. That's just that's another to-do list for it. That's another thing on the to-do list to do. Oh, I did that on the NQ too, didn't I? That's all right. Yeah, Jones, I'll talk through that. I'm in a trade right now. But yeah, I will gladly go over the math of how, again, the claim is not that you can't make money day trading options. The claim is that you are working harder, not smarter. You're working very inefficiently. Well, I'm liking this candle here. Just a question of can it roll over just a bit. Can you show us the purple donkey monkey strategy again? Maybe. That's a hard one to see. Come on. Starting to lose a little bit of faith in this one, but we'll see. If this does come back down, that'd be looking pretty. I'd like to see it form a range here. Not me. I want it to come down to that green line. Then it can form a range. There we go. All right. So did I? Oh, I thought I was going to be closer to. All right. Well, I could still make technically $32 on the day. So I think I'll call it good on this account. Got it maxed out. Again, with the rule, I can only make, because it's a test account, only allowed to make 50% of my target. So the target for this is to grow this number up to 53,000, which means $3,000 target. But you can only make 50% of that in a day because, again, they don't want you to YOLO. You've got to actually prove that you know how to trade and be consistent. So given that I'm almost at $1,500, I mean, could I go out there and try to make $32 more? I could, but that seems like a recipe to get myself in more trouble than would actually be needed. But okay, so if you are somebody here that's day trading options and you're like, why is this guy saying that what I'm doing is inefficient? And why is this guy saying I'm working harder, not smarter? Well, very quickly, how options work is this. When you buy an option, the obvious way to make money is that it goes up. Fair enough, you make money. Obvious way to lose money is if it goes down. Well, of course, you want it to go up, it went down, you lost money. But what happens if it goes sideways? Because that's what everything with a value can do, right? Piece of real estate, an option, a stock, crypto, it can go up, it can go down, it can go sideways. Now, the rational person is going to say, well, if it goes sideways, well, that's neutral. It doesn't go up, doesn't go down. Not so with options. In options, you lose money. Why? Because there is something called theta. So think about it. Of the three things that an option or that a value can do in the world of options, two of those three things will cause you to lose money, meaning you have a 67% chance of losing money every time you buy an option and try to day trade it. Now, again, maybe you're saying, but Clay, I make money day trading options. That is very impressive. All kidding aside, that's very impressive. My question to you would be, can you imagine how much money you would have made if you could have been trading without theta, where you didn't have to worry about theta? And that is why futures are way better, because in futures, yes, they are contracts, but these contracts, they don't have theta. So you get to say goodbye to theta. You don't have to worry about theta any longer. Not to mention futures move way better than options anyways, but even if we just assumed that they move the same, still, why would you choose to deal with theta if you don't actually have to? But again, that's not an accurate picture anyways, because futures just move better than options anyhow. So to trade something that moves better without theta, again, why would you not do it? Like, it is what it is. Theta is an absolute nasty, nasty bugger. And any of you that have day traded options, I mean, you know what I mean. Like, that's what annoys everybody. And everybody that's been part of the live stream that has then gone and tried day trading futures, they've tried Pam's plant. Everybody has come back. So far, we're at a 100% conversion rate where they've come back and they said, hey, thanks, Clay. Man, day trading futures is so much better than day trading options. It's so nice to not have to deal with theta. I only sell premium. Well, then you have a much bigger account than most people, Jones. But even with that being said, selling premium is still very risky. I know you can do stuff, but you know, it's not as bad as that. But you're also just still trading stuff that does not move nearly as good as futures. Why MNQ? Well, I trade both. This up here is my trades on the NQ for this account. This right here is my trades on MNQ. So again, those ones up there are NQ. These ones are MNQ. So yes, these are the two that I trade. Why do I only trade these ones? Because I think these markets move great, and I think it's the best way to go about it. You got it. All right. I'll be right back. There's somebody knocking down here? Oh. Again? Since I came and talked to her? No, but did you tell mommy what I told her? Okay. All right. All right. Well, I don't want to touch this account anymore. Let's go over to. No, not this account. We'll try this account. I have $1,500 before I pass this account, so we'll see. No. Don't go and trade Coco. Don't go and trade Coco. Jones, you're just start with the NQ at least. And I would argue, and thank you for admitting that it is really risky. I appreciate that. I've had some people, and they refuse to admit like what they're doing is really risky. It's like I'm not saying that like to rag on you. I'm just saying like we both know the math. Like what you do when you're selling premium, especially if you're doing naked options, like it is super sketchy, super crazy. High win rate, yes, but when you're wrong, it can get really bad. So I appreciate you just acknowledging up front that it is really risky. But yeah, and at the end of the day, like I said, your ultimate risk, Jones, when you're day trading this stuff, assuming you just do the smallest one, your risk is $105, because that's literally, if you fail, if they take the account away from you because you break the rules, all you're out is $105. But if you go on a run and you get 5,000 payouts, well then that's a pretty good return on investment. $105 to make a whole lot more than that. Little leery though about going short down here because we have buyers. There's demand down here, and we can see that demand via both these two longer shadows. So that has me a little sketched out from wanting to go short. And now as I say that, you can see another lower shadow is trying to form here. If we were to trade the same instrument every day, would that no, it doesn't have to involve shorting. I mean, I would say do both. Because if you do both, then you have double the opportunity. But no, it does not have. You do not have to short. Hey, we're still 10 likes away. Let's get that monkey off our back. Let's get this up to 200 likes so we can make sure the stream continues on past the 3-hour mark. So hit that like button if you have not yet. So yeah, I'm not going to be going short. Very, very quick. You don't deposit money. You just pay. You'll use a credit card, pay for whatever account purchasing power you're going with, and then you're good to go. But you don't have to deposit any money. It's super quick. Like you could, in theory, you could be day trading futures here in the next 20 minutes. I don't know if it'll be 20 minutes, but it does not take long. Because, again, you don't have to set up, you're not wiring any money or anything like that. You're not having to deposit any money. Like, in some senses, it feels like a scam because it's like, wait, that's it? But it's not. Some of it, that's why you got to be very careful who you go with. That's why Take Profit Trader, they have a track record. I've been paid by them many times, so I know they pay. I know many other people have been paid by them. They've been around for, they didn't just, like, open up last week. But yes, it can sound a bit scammy because it's like, wait, that's all? That's all I got to do? Yep. What a day it has been for me. Started off green first hour, then went flat, then green, red, and now green. This is a clue for me to stop trading. That's hard, though. This is great action right now. Like, when this sort of action takes place, it's hard to turn it down. I hear what you're saying, and do what you think is best, Alan, but man... Icicle, I'm getting smoked. Well, hopefully in a prop firm account, not your own money account. Can you at least confirm that, Icicle? Are you at least in a prop firm? Because it is definitely never fun if you're getting smoked in an account that's like all your cash. And it's definitely not fun if you're using your cash, but then you're leveraging that cash in a margin account and you're getting smoked. I may or may not have been there a few times over the years. Again, you're using all your own cash, but you're also leveraging that cash in a margin account, and then you're either just getting smoked, whether that's self-inflicted or just the market's just wrecking you on that day. I really don't want to see it cascade down right now. It's seemingly going to have a hard time with that because, again, going back to the 5-minute, there are lots of buyers. So earlier I was pointing how we had that lower shadow, that lower shadow, and then yet another lower shadow right there. So each one of these are just representing there's demand, there's buyers that continue to show up. Sellers try to make progress, but then the buyers just show up and, smack the sellers in the face and say, get out of here. Hey, DiCaprio, you go sign up with Take Profit Trader. Use code Clay, and then I'll think about it. But you cannot make demands around here unless you put some money where your mouth is, brother. Yeah, I just can't short it. Maybe that'll be the dumbest thing ever to not short this trend line, but I cannot do it for the reasons discussed. It seems too risky with the buyers that are hanging around. I kept trying to anticipate a bounce on the long red candles and go long for loss each time. Yeah. When a falling knife just keeps falling, you're going to get cut. DiCaprio, that's borderline bannable right there. If you're going to start play games like that, I'll go ahead and just give you the ban hammer. Tommy Lynn, you usually cut your loss pretty quickly, but I have seen you occasionally add to a losing. When to bail out or add. That's all outside of the scope of this, Tommy. Because there are many moving parts within that. Good question, but like I said, outside of the scope of what I'm really actually trying to do here. Oh, I want to short, but don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not going to do it. If you see something else, then more power to you. We'll see who was right and who was wrong. If you do go short, I hope you're right, so you make some money. My ego will survive if I have to sit here and say, well, I was wrong. I think I'm... Oh, please do not... John, are you telling me that you're still not doing a prop firm yet, John? Is that what I'm to take from that comment? That you have still not done Pam's plant? When I first started watching you, you used to trade the QQQ. Oh, yeah, yep. Yeah, I've been a day trader of options and stocks for a long time. And finally, my community convinced me to try futures. And then futures, they were like, do it through the prop firm. And that was all back in November. And man, I'm upset that I waited so long. Just started my prop. Well, then you're not Sergio. What do you mean you're getting Sergio-itis? Then you're not even close to that. Sergios, the Sergios are the ones that you spend a bunch of time with that you think they're listing, and then they're not. So no, you're not a Sergio. With futures, there's no technical 4 p.m. closing bell. Correct. Versus Ace. Let's go short. You can go short. I already gave my reasons why I'm not going to do it, but if you want to go short, you're gonna have to go solo on that one. You're gonna have to go swimming in those. What just happened? Congrats to those of you that went short. What was this? I know you're not complaining. Congrats. But what was that? Oof, I saw that coming. So you were short, Curtis? Good job. You were all in short, Curtis? Man, congrats, dog. Iran bombing. What does that mean? Iran bigger bombing? I don't know why I'm checking my phone. Like, the market is the most instantaneous. Trump says admin knows where Iran's supreme leader is hiding, but won't take him out, at least not for now. Haran, can you maybe specify what do you mean Iran bombing? From my understanding, Iran has been getting bombed, but is there a new special type of bomb? Like, what does that even mean? All right, I'm not seeing anything on my phone yet, so I don't know. What tier do you recommend? Well, how much wiggle room do you want to lose? Right here, you can only lose 1,500 before they would take the account away from you. With the 150K though, you could lose up to 4,500. So that's one way you can go about it. But there's no right or wrong answer. 100K though, that's that'd be, I think that's a decent size spot. To trade the NQ, then okay, NQ, then yeah, I would say either the 100 or the 150, because you want that downside wiggle room. Because 1,500 with the NQ can kind of be poof, gone like that. Iran just told Tel Aviv civilians to take, but that can't be it. Iran's been doing that the whole time. Well, regardless, congratulations to anybody that took that short. I didn't have the courage. I think I had good logic behind it. I had reasoning. My reasoning was wrong, but I'm glad. I think I had valid reasoning. Yes, Haroon. Trump considers getting involved. Well, get rid of that line. It served its purpose for now. Who here took that? Did anybody take that trend line short? Like I said, if you did, congratulations. You crushed it. I got 4 points on 1 micro short on MES. Nice job, Ronald. J News. U.S. military is preparing for a possibility that U.S. President Trump decides to order the U.S. Air Force to help refuel Israel fighter jets as they carry. Verace, you said you were a woman. Did you not say that you were a woman at least like a month ago, a couple months ago? I asked, what women do we have her? And you responded saying you're a woman. Do I have you confused? TJP, good job. I went short at 22.022. Nice job, Brian. 10 points. Good job. Versace is about to get the band hammer. 1 minute, she's a she. Now apparently it's a dude. What is going on with Verace? What kind of troll is this? It's time to get out the troll shovel. I don't know what's going on here. No, it's Verace. And its silence is deafening. I say it because I don't know what it is anymore. Oh boy, is this a short at the 21 EMA? I'm thinking about it, but I don't know. This seems like a very powerful bounce, so I'm not going to step in. I'm not going to step in front of it. You can see right here on the 5 minute. I mean, we had that quick move down, which made the short stays, and then just like that, up it goes. So Once again, the sellers were feeling happy, 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 and then the buyers stepped in and were like, that's it. That's enough, sellers. Out you go. I guess I could do it with a tight little stop. If it starts to sell around 20,050, I might go short. Look at this. Right at the 21 EMA. Even if it doesn't, I mean, what a coincidence. Is a 21 EMA a magical, mystical thing? No, there are no holy grails. But is it a moving average? I think you should at least give it a try, at least experiment with. I do. I think the 21 EMA is worth at least putzing around with. Again, the claim is not, it's a magical, mystical indicator, but no, Clay, it's magical. Okay, Loyal Wiz says it's magical, therefore it must be magical. Buy limit 034. Okay, so Tim wants to come down a little bit. Yeah, I'm still not seeing anything that would I thought like something big was happening. But yeah, still nothing on the phone, so yeah, I'm not. Could this be a short, or is that like an area? Is that like a probably stop loss location right up there? I don't know. Maybe I get short somewhere around here, and we'll just see if it wants to roll over. But if this is truly some sort of V shape, I'll have to take my losing trade and move on to fight another day. All right. Well, I tried to get short there. I didn't get filled though. This, I keep going back to my pro. Is this one where you just kind of, I guess YOLO in the sense of either the account's roasted and you're out, the account's gone? Because I do have several other past pro accounts. So even if I roast another one, I'm still plenty fine. But it's just really a question of, oh yeah, that would have been a nice move because there it did roll over. Doggone it. No, I would say okay. I would have went for like 10 points. I still wouldn't have been okay. Well, what's your EMA settings? Different than mine, huh? What are you talking about? Different than yours? It's just the 21 EMA. That is the setting. That is the setting. The 21 EMA strikes again. Or do I just try to pass this one? I don't know. I'm getting a little FOMO-y here. I'm getting a little FOMO-y. Let's do this. This is what we're gonna do. This is the power of prop firms. I'm totally FOMO-y. I don't really want to risk doing damage to these accounts. So let's get another account rocking and rolling here. And if it dies, it dies, but all right, we'll have to let that see how fast they can get me locked and loaded. Let's just get a whole another account that if it dies, oh well. But because I still, as I mentioned previously. Clay, why don't you just go into a total simulator? Because I don't have any skin in the game. It's just not the same. I want to have some skin in the game. I want to have some upside. And that's what's great about a prop firm, because I can keep my risk very, very minimal, yet still keep skin in the game by having an actual account. All right. I think it might be. All right, let me log out here, and then let's see if... If it dies, it dies, but let me get logged back in. see if it's up there. Oh, there it is. There it is. All right. All right. Now I'm going to trade freely. So I take that off screen when I get logged in because... So there we go. There's a new account. Nice, fresh 50K. The goal is... So let's make sure we're on the right one. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right. Let's see what we can make happen here. Let me cook. I might cook the account, but it's been a... Like I don't want to touch that one right now because I'm feeling very FOMO-y. That one's too close to passing. That one is basically maxed out for the day. That one's my pro account. Don't want to putz with that and risk that. But I do want to still have some skin in the game. So by getting another account moving... And, well, Clay, then what's your skin in the... Like, what do you mean? What upside do you have? Well, this could eventually pass, and this could also turn into a pro account. Now, if it doesn't, oh well, not the end of the world, but there is still upside potential. So I still do have skin in the game. Don't cook the account, just cook the market. Yes, that'll be the goal. So let's see what I can cook up here. DiCaprio, and in all seriousness, like why don't you go start trading futures? Like what's your hold up? I'm very curious. You seem to be like fully on board, like you understand, but why aren't you doing it? Hey, Spider Lily, good to see you. Another big drop coming, maybe. All right, thanks, Curtis. Another huge explosion coming, maybe. I appreciate you throwing the word maybe in there, Curtis. I like the intellectual honesty. But that was quite the hedge. I like it, though. Much better than you just saying another big drop coming. And then I ask, are you all in? You're like, no. I'm like, why aren't you all in? You said it was going to happen. Well, then why aren't you trading them, DiCaprio? Let's go. I predict price may go up, but it may go... Hey, Apex Trades, let's calm down with your bold predictions, okay? Little too spicy. Little too spicy. Okay, in. Keep coming down. Come on. Come on. Give us another surge. There we go. I'll start off with that nice 140 points scalpy scalp. Give me that scalpy scalp. There it is, right there. Let's go. Curtis says it was going down, so I said, all right, brother. And he delivered for me. My only concern right now is the broker might set up parameters that get me stopped out or blow up the account before I can ever gain. No, Matt, what are you talking about? The rules are right here. However you want to finagle in the rules, so for the 50K, they don't want you losing 2,000. That's it. That is the rule. Don't lose 2,000K. They're not going to show up and just start throwing a bunch of... That is the rule. Now, there are other prop firms, Matt, which is maybe where this is coming from, where you're worried about all this rule and that rule, and what does that rule mean? That doesn't exist with Take Profit Trader. That's why I recommend them, especially when you're just getting started, because they have a clean set of rules. So that is an invalid concern. The parameter that gets you blown up is if 2,000. But if you want to risk 20 bucks on a trade, if you want to risk all 2,000 on a trade, that's up to you. But yeah, there's nothing else within all that. Well, sellers were absorbed below 50. Yeah, yes, exactly. Yes. Demand overwhelmed supply. Correct. Oh, boy. Are we going to get a double bottom here? In. Out for another little scalpy scalp. Let's go. If that okay, what as opposed to what, Matt? What are you trading right now, Matt? Like my mind is blown. What are you trading right now, Matt, that you think would be better than this? Because I'll mathematically show you how it's not better than this, how it's inefficient. Did you do? Or did you start Last Samurai? Or are you now official? Oh wait, you're talking about your SRM. Last Samurai, if you're here again and I ask you, hey, are you doing prop firms? And you're like, no, I'm banning you. If you're still doing what you're doing right now, it shows me you're not it tells me you're a Sergio. We don't like Sergios. But good, I'm glad your position is green. You lucked out. You bought at a terrible spot and you lucked out. So now time to get serious. My gut kept telling me that was... Well, did you take the short, Curtis? Did you take the short? Did you listen to your gut? All I'm saying, Last Samurai, is go get started with Pam's plant. That's all I'm saying. Raphael, 650 on that short. Congrats, Raphael. Well, what... Okay, well then... So you're just talking. You're just saying. You're just armchair quarterbacking, Curtis. You're not actually taking any of these gut feelings, then, right? Which prop firm do you recommend? Take Profit Trader by far. Cleanest set of rules, best payment policy, day one pro payments. You can request payments every day and any amount. Oh, brother, I'm gonna delete that message, Matt, just because that person there is just. I understand why they're trying to bring people into that garbage because it's just what they built their name on. But that stuff is so unnecessarily risky because all of your it is fast moving, not as fast moving as futures, but the risk is just insane. Get stuck in trading halts, get dumped on, and it's all your money at risk. So yeah. Definitely deleting that message out because yeah, I don't want this live stream to become a funnel to that because that is now maybe 10 years ago before there was prop firms, before there was like the MNQ. Okay, maybe, but that stuff that whole strategy is obsolete. It makes zero mathematical sense. Okay, Jones, the most important question is, did you use code Clay? That is the most important question right now. When you signed up, did you use code Clay? Good grief, look at this. All right, Jones, that is the most important thing. What did you go with, the 100K? In. Hey, why did you just stop moving all of a sudden? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I might be in trouble here, folks. Thought this would bounce a little sooner. Come on. I am feeling better about it now, but come on, push, brother. Uh-oh. Push. Come on. Yeah, not feeling so good. Not feeling so good. Are we about to see an account get roasted here? Yep, maybe so. Yeah, not looking good. Not looking good, but am I going to get bailed out? Come on. I'm going to move this up now. Going for a little bit more on the profit target now. Uh-oh. That's what I got to watch. Watch that number. If that goes to 0, this account is toasted. Come on, bounce. 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 Do it. Do it. Do it. Push. 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 Uh-oh. Well, we made a good run at it. This comes... All right, I'm going to go up for a little bit more of a profit target. Yeah, yeah. I think this one's roasted, folks. I do not see us surviving this storm. Okay, come on. Come on. Do it. Don't. The blue line's my entry. Don't tease. Come on. I'm getting greedy because I even moved up my profit target. Oh, I could have gotten out. Could have gotten out, but this is account, like I said, this is I wanted to get aggressive account. Come on. Push. Please keep yelling. I don't think it likes when I yell. It wouldn't listen to me. Maybe I have to whisper sweet nothings into its ear. Come on. Go, 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 go. Another surge. Just give me another surge. Come on. All right, I can't. I'm getting out. I'll take it. I'll take it. Wow. How did I survive that? Unbelievable. Oh, it would have hit me. I would have been fine. Unbelievable. I thought I was roasted. Thought I was roasted. Again, for those of you that are here, I just created this account, I don't know, 10 minutes ago, just because I'm suffering from FOMO right now. But in order to protect myself from myself, which is the nice thing about prop firms, that account I'm very close to passing. So I don't want to, because I'm feeling very FOMO, this one is basically passed, or I mean, that one is maxed out for the day. This is a pro account, so I don't want to risk doing any damage to a good day on the pro account. So that's why I created this account, just so I can get spicy. And if this one dies, it dies. But I still want to be able to trade with some skin in the game, and that's what this account is allowing me to do. What skin in the game do I have? So if I blow it up, okay, you know, if it is what it is, it's not like I'm out thousands of dollars or anything like that. But if the skin in the game is, I could, in theory, pass this, and then this would also eventually turn into a pro account. But for me, I can't just hop to a simulator. Some people are like, why don't you just go to a simulator? It's just not the same. There's no skin in the game. There's no upside potential. I think I was at minus 1450 at one point, maybe. Oh, Sergio is here. Oh, brother. Sergio is going to drive me to early retirement. So with that, I'm just gonna act like I don't even see his messages, because I know he's going to drive me up the wall. He's going to ask about some garbage penny stock that he's, for some reason, still trading. No, Sergey don't fade me. He's off trading probably some, 000 stock right now because he wants to work harder, not smarter. Hey, if you're enjoying, if you like the intense action here, hit that like button. I'd really like to get this up to 250 likes if possible. So if you are enjoying and if you want to keep the party moving, the best way to keep the live stream going is to hit that like button because I do use that. It's not a vanity metric. I'm using that to gauge interest levels. And as long as I see that continuing to go up, then I assume people are still interested. So yeah, hit that like button. Yeah, Sergio, I'm gonna go ahead and ban you because you drive me nuts because of how you've just wasted all of our time. So that is why you're about to be banned, Sergio. Okay, I just wanted you to understand that. For the people here that are maybe not familiar, Sergio does not have a good track record around here other than just wasting all of everybody's time. And, yeah, so that is why you are going to be banned, okay, Sergio? All the best to you. Absolute clown. All right. Moving on. Yeah, no. Hey, Versace, you didn't answer my question. Are you a dude or a girl? Earlier, you said you were a girl like a month ago. Versace is about to get banned, I think. For being a liar. See, the key to having a good quality chat, as I've discovered, because we have some really cool people here. We got a bunch of people with great senses of humor. But you gotta be, not too harsh with the ban hammer, but you can't be scared to pull out the ban hammer. Verse Ace, answer my question. Are you a guy or a girl? It's a simple question. I call it Verace. I don't know. But Verace has been confronted with a simple question. You're a girl, Trade Futures? No. Okay, they're not answering. Okay, one final time, and then you're definitely getting banned. Are you a guy or a girl? Did you take along at the pivot? No. No, I was. No, what was I? Oh, yeah, I was short. I was short somewhere around there. Then why did you say already? Then what's up with it? Why did you say already that this guy? You referred to yourself as this guy. Can you explain that? Why does it matter if he's a dude or a chick? Because, I don't know, a month or so ago he told me he was a girl, and now all of a sudden he's referring to him or herself as a guy. So I'm just curious. That's why it matters, because I don't like people trolling around and with stupid stuff like that. Joke around, that's fine, but some of that stuff is just weird. Like, what's the point? Ooh, is that a short? I don't know. All right, DiCaprio, sounds good. Why you care so much, guy? Okay, I'm going to answer this one more time, and if anybody asks why do I care, they are all automatically banned. Okay. A couple weeks, no, probably like a month ago, I was like, hey, what are the, I was told, Verge said, hey, I'm a woman. I was like, okay, cool. And then just a while ago, they're like, this guy, they refer to themselves as this guy. So I was like, well, that's kind of weird. So that's just why I'm asking for clarification. Because why would you lie about something like that? I don't want people like that in the chat. Like I was just saying, I want a good community. And if you're going to do stuff like that, yeah, exactly. Then you start to enter into the, like, what kind of troll are you? Michael, maybe. So that is why I care. So if anybody asks, like Aku that asked again, you're banned because you're not listening. I've heard some people making a lot, trading futures only a few times a year. I need to learn. Matt, do you use charts already in your trading? I should have taken that trend line break. Doggone it. Did it? I must have survived then, Drew. I guess the software didn't pick it up or something. I don't know. Or maybe it'll be gone after the software updates. I don't know. Maybe that account did get roasted. Not sure. Your tread line was perfect. I know. Don't tell me that now. Now I'm going to get more jaded because I'm like, that was a good tread line. I didn't take it. Okay, Matt. So what strategy? So what you use charts for can now be used. So for example, Matt, if you like bull flags on stocks, guess what? Bull flags exist on futures. So you're 97% of the way there to futures, Matt. If you like head and shoulders and you trade forex, good job. Guess what? Head and shoulders exist in futures. That's why charts are so powerful, because once you know how to use a chart, you can trade anything. The only thing you have to understand is how, the pricing works, but the pricing is very straightforward. I think you were here. Weren't you here when I quizzed everybody, Matt? If I remember right, you got all those answers right about how points work and everything like that. All right, we're going to try to... play maybe a double bottom breakdown here. Again, this is my, I don't know, I guess we could even call it my degen account for the day. Again, I'm trying to still trade with logic. I'm just being very aggressive within the logic itself. So I'm not going to just randomly do things. Okay, take that out as a nice little scalp. I don't know what that was at, but we're up like 2,000 points from last week, something like that. I can see people selling it all day. Well, then get short, Curtis. Why aren't you short then? I applaud that, but like you don't really trust any of this because you're not putting your money where your mouth is. You know what I mean, Curtis? Usually you're like actively doing stuff, Curtis. When did you become an armchair quarterback? Like when did that happen, Curtis? What in the world's going on with you, brother? If that is your thesis, then get short. Ride the trend down. What are you doing? What you doing, man? Well, that makes no sense. If you then make some more money. Start another account. Grow that account for the day. You got all these ideas and thoughts. Well, then put some money behind those thoughts, brother. Do what I did. I just started up another account. Do that. What are you scared of? Again, that's the power of prop firms, man. I'm definitely not shorting that line. But wow, what an afternoon. That's true. It's 3. What's 3? All right, I'm going to have to think through Verace. Maybe I should run a poll. Ban or no ban? What should the policy be if one day somebody's telling me they're a dude and the next day they're telling me they're a girl? We might have to take a poll. I think Verace has got to go. Stick to trading clay or we have to ban you. Trade futures sounds like they need to get banned. Mix up her meds today. I know. That was actually good. But in all seriousness, I cannot stick to trading at all times. Because I literally try to talk the entire time. Oh, by the way, I put on my glasses because the 4K monitors were finally getting to me. So here's a little trading hack, or I guess really just office. If you are in front of monitors for a lot of your day, especially if they're 4K. I don't even know. These monitors are pretty old. But anyways, I noticed like a year ago, I'd get random headaches and it was kind of weird. And they were like, I don't know, maybe your eyes are just kind of getting, because I am getting old. I'm 41 now. Like maybe it's finally catching up with you just staring at those screens. Maybe try some of these blue light blocker glasses. And oh man, they're great. They are great. I'm just joking around trade futures. My point here is that it would be impossible for me to always stick with trading. Sometimes I like to talk about other stuff or else I'd go nuts. I would never be able to make it 4 hours on a live stream. Because if I just talk trading for 4 hours straight, I would go crazy. So that's why sometimes we go down some rabbit holes. So yes, I cannot claim that I'll always stick with trading, but I know you're just joking around. No, verse Ace, but seriously, like, why did you say this guy earlier? That's what I'm curious about. Because now I'm in pure curiosity mode. I've never come across a woman that would refer to, like, make a comment about, hey, this guy this made money. Just like I as a guy, if I ever made money, I'd never be like, hey, this woman just made money. So like I should go up and try to find that comment. But there are so many, which I thank you. I love the participation in the chat today. Oh, are you serious? I found it just like that. This right here. Explain the logic. Given you claim you're a woman, what is a woman's mentality to make this comment? This guy did. Like, what? Can you explain that? I'm in pure curiosity mode right now. You are a claimed woman, fine. So as a woman, what does that mean? I can't believe I found that fast. That was pretty cool. All right, is this a dead cat bounce? Maybe. You're not. Oh, thank you, Tommy Lynn. 20/20 vision until I hit 40. Yeah. People told me, Clay, once you hit 40, just weird stuff starts to happen. And unfortunately, it's true. And I work out. I try to stay healthy. But, man, the body just... I don't know, man. I guess it's a real thing. So let me put it this way: I can't even imagine, like, if you don't try to stay healthy, if you don't work on your health, and then you hit 40, man, that's got to be absolutely brutal. Where does the term "dead cat bounce" come from? I don't know. It's something old on Wall Street, but it's an old Wall Street saying. I don't know the history of it though. Wait until you hit 60. I have heard that number about 62. Yeah, I've heard like between 40 and 60, like you definitely want to try to work on your health because 60 is like the next kind of milestone. But yeah, regardless, if you do find yourself getting random headaches and you're in an environment where you do stare at screens quite a bit, maybe consider it's literally the rays or whatever, however that works, coming off the screens. So think about maybe some glasses. 60 is the new 30. The problem is that in my mind, like, let me put it this way. We're in Iowa, and I saw on Facebook somebody's husband, like, signed up for, like, football, like full pad football, and he's 36. I was like, hey, how does this work? And then the more I thought about it, and then I watched one of their games. It was on Facebook, and it was just like, I mean, it was cool, a little disorganized, but it's like, is that really worth it? Because can I really imagine some, like, 25-year-old, like, running full and just... So I decided against it because I was like, man, that sounds really fun. Because in my mind, I'm still 18. Like, I'm still back in high school playing football and stuff like that. But I don't know if that would... I'm not sure that would be the smartest thing. Because in my mind, at first, I went back to, like, because I played for a big high school in Ohio. I went to, like, an all-guys high school, so it was very competitive. It was very, like, we traveled around the state and played, like, big. So, like, our first game, like, as a junior, is when I finally started. So, like, first game as a junior, we're playing, like, I can't remember. I think they were, like, the number 17 team in the country, St. Ignatius, in Cleveland, Ohio, huge all-guy Catholic school. We're playing them. I don't know. It was, like, 22,000 people. So that's in my mind, I'm like, man, that would be awesome again to get out there in front of thousands of people and crackheads. And then, like I said, I saw the game and I'm like, oh yeah, maybe there was 20 people there and it was like 8-man football. And it's just like, okay, all right. What exactly is the upside here? And then I was talking to my dad about it too. And he was like, Clay, I'm glad to hear you made that decision because, you got 6 kids to think about, Clay. So I'm not quite sure the risk, he didn't say risk reward, but he was basically just saying, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you got, maybe if you're still some single guy, okay, who cares? But you got 6 kids to take care of him. So, yes. But that's just my long way of saying, in my mind, I still feel like I'm 18. I could run around. But, man, just getting my bell rung. I don't know if that would be too smart. I'm 43, player, wood baseball. Oh, yeah, that like softball, wood baseball, that's cool. But like full pad football, that's like whole other, like that's a whole nother level. Exactly. Yeah, Fairchild. Yeah, your body can't fix itself as fast as it used to. One bad hit, you could be. Yeah, it was. And on that note, it was funny. The first play, I think it was the quarterback. For very first play, he got up limping, off to the sidelines. I'm like, yep, that. I shouldn't laugh at. I wasn't laughing, but I'm like, that'd probably be me. Yeah, when and I will play cornhole. Yeah. By the way, me and I don't know, Apple Trader 25. He's a real life friend. He was my first partner in cornhole in Iowa. We were at a graduation party. Man, we wrecked the other team. So Apple Trader, I can vouch he's a legit cornhole player. He carried me on his back. You're gonna do Ninja Trader? Yeah, I can't really help in that. This is Tradeovate here, Jones. If we have any Ninja Trader people here, if you don't mind trying to help Jones out, that'd be great. Those weekend warrior adult leagues are super dangerous. Always going to be 1 or 2 guys trying to prove something or taking out frustrations. Yeah, Drew P. That it's just, and some of the guys they look. I mean, much younger. Again, I think I try to stay fit. I try to stay in shape, but there's just something that has changed in my body, and just. Yes, seeing some of those guys out there, I don't know if I'd really want to take. Again, in my mind, I'm like, I'll wreck you, boy. You come at me, you're going to be face planted. But then, like, reality shows up, and it's like, Clay, I'm not quite sure your mind is keeping up with your body's keeping up with your mind. So I agree, yeah. The weekend warriors, exactly. But I still do commend them. Like, good for them. Like, they are. That's good stuff. But anyway, so yeah, sometimes we veer off of trading, but in my defense, there's not a whole lot to do right now. We're kind of just consolidating right here, so. Does this thing really have another leg in it, though? That's the question. Is this a short at that trend line? I use Tradeovate. So on your dashboard, do you see login information for Tradeovate, Jones? Yeah, that's what everybody always told me. They're like, as a young person, you should learn golf and tennis, especially golf, because golf is like a businessman's game, and that's where like most deals are struck. So like, if you can be decent at golf, and you're actually got a decent sense of humor and can talk with people, then your ability to play golf, like there's literally a return on investment to that skill, which I now get. Unfortunately, I never did much golf, so I'm more of like the Happy Gilmore golfer, walking around there. I don't understand golf etiquette. I'm chucking my clubs everywhere. No, I don't quite do that, but. All right, I'm watching this trend line for a potential short. Watching the trend line for a short. In. Chased it a little bit. I did chase it a little bit. That's all right, though. I do think this thing's going to want to come back down, so I'm willing to add to it, and I have kind of some well-defined stops. So I'll get aggressive, and if I'm wrong, it'll be a costly trade, but that's okay because this is the account that I'm okay with a costly trade on. For the reasons I've discussed now about 10 times on the stream. So if you're new, yeah, just understand this is an account that I'm okay if I get smacked in the face with it. Okay, there's the back test of the trend line in there. I just went with MNQ, so I'm at 10 MNQs now. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Well, that's not good. We'll see if it wants to come back down. Maybe this is the time it wants to release to the downside. Come on. Yeah. Gave it plenty of time. I'll just take the scalp. I can reassess. Maybe I was not patient enough, but too much dancing around here. Still a nice little trade. I don't know how much I made on it, but nice little trade. But yeah, too much dancing around. I may look to re-enter again if it wants to come back up. Maybe try another back test of the line there. Hey, if you are enjoying, hit that like button. If we could get to 250, that'd be amazing. We're only 15 likes away, so I think we have a real shot at it. So if you are enjoying, please hit that like button. I use that as a metric to see if I want to keep the live stream going or not. So if you want to keep the party going and you have not yet hit that like button, that has real life impacts on the live stream itself. It will contribute to keeping the party going. Lee, question: when you're looking for entries and exits, what do you prefer, candles or neither? No. That's a false dilemma. It doesn't have to be candles or levels. It can be both. I use both. I like levels in combination with candles, Lee. Holy cow, up 1,200, down 3K, up 500, bing. You must be trading NQ today, Jaboni, with swings like that. Always. All right. Where did Verace go? I wanted an answer to that question. Something's off here. Something ain't right. Verace, where'd you go? Nice trade there. Always take the base hits. Yeah, I mean, kinda. But the way the live stream started off, if I would have taken base hits, I would have missed out on some very nice trades. You think it's going, Ranger? Is this a short right here, Ranger? Should I be getting short right here? Not we will see. I need an answer right now, brother. Oh, you're in already? Short or long? Sup? First time in your channel. Hey, Trading Diego. Good to see you. And welcome. Hope you're enjoying. You're short at 20? Hey, Curtis. You either need to get another prop firm going so you can take these ideas. But this armchair quarterbacking is way too much. To know that you're making all these comments, but you're not willing to put any money where your mouth is. It's too much for me. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore, Curtis. If break 40, short, bro. Okay. I went in again already. Okay, excellent, Curtis. I love it. Here we go, Curtis. That's what I'm talking. That's the Curtis I know. That's the Curtis I know. Already made a good job, buddy. Trading Diego, waiting for a long setup. Fair enough. There we go. That's what I mean, Curtis. You seem to be out there with some ideas that you seem to have confidence in. I'm glad you put your money where your mouth is and see, you made another $100. That's good stuff there. I think we are headed to yesterday low at 71,720. I might go big or go home here with this account. Let's do this. Let's go max size there. And if this does want to come down here to break right there, we're just going to see where the wind takes us. There we go. 6NQ. We're getting aggressive here, folks. Go big or go home on this account. Go big or go home. Let's see if this thing does indeed want to come down. If it dies, it dies. No, I'm not. I can't even pass it today. It's a brand new account. Literally starting it off so I can just be super aggressive on it. As I've explained several other times, but oh, I don't like that. I don't like how it bounced. All right, I'm canceling that out. Nope. I'm short from this morning. You're crazy, Neb. You are like, I don't even know what to call you. Swing trade, day trader, swing trade, swing day. I don't know. Swing day trader. I think we grew up near each other. How close were you to Will OFB mentor? I grew up in like Toledo area, so not close. I think mentor. You mean Mentor, Ohio? Like over by Cleveland? But not anywhere close to Cleveland. I did not grow up. You can get 1,500 today, correct, yes. Like I did on this account. I started this account today, and we're basically at 1,500 on that one. So I wanted to start this one here. We'll see if it wants to keep on breaking down. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna go all in 6NQ if we can't even get to 250 likes. That doesn't make any sense. So we need 8 more likes. We need 8 more likes. There's 0 point in me trying to risk this entire account if we can't even get up to 250 likes. Like, what in the world? Yeah, no, Brian. Assuming that's your name, I don't recognize the name or anything. All right, 251 likes. All right, I guess some people here want to see some aggressive trading. So be it. That movement has me a little worried. A little worried there. Unless, or is this the long now? Is this where I should be thinking long? I'm going to switch it up. I'm getting long right there. I think we're ready for maybe a bounce. Let me take a measurement real quick. Make sure that okay. Interesting tread line there. Or is this just a wedge? Let's do this. I'll start with 5 and I can build. Okay, let's see if it wants to goodness. I gotta drink water because water's healthy, but now I gotta pee. And I'm trying to make some aggressive trading with a bladder full. And I'm gonna put more water in, I don't care. Sorry, bladder. You got to just hang on for the ride here, brother. All right, I'm going to try the long there. I like this. Is this a fake breakdown? Are we going to now get some buying pressure back up? Let's see. 6NQ. Got to hit that green line, though. Nope, back down it goes. Nope, I don't like it anymore at that level. If this wants to come back down and then head up, I'll be interested. Yeah, maybe a double bottom here. We'll see. mainly based off of the 5-minute here. Perhaps some sort of double bottom. That white line there is the low of the day. So yeah, I'm definitely not interested in shorting at the low of the day. This is NQ here. Oh, no, this is MNQ. There we go. There we go. Buying at that level. Actually, I have a nice stop right there. So it's not like I need to F. Whoop. New lows. Okay, we'll see if that was maybe just a fake break. So I don't even need to necessarily risk the entire account, per se. All right, let's see if that was a fake break. Now we're going to get a snap to the upside. Okay, entry, like I said, is that green line. 6 NQs. Getting aggressive here, folks. Buckle up. Buckle up, folks. Again, this is being done in a prop firm. So this is, this is the power of a prop firm. If you're feeling aggressive, if you kind of got FOMO, which I do it responsibly. Don't go do this if you're trading your own money. Okay? That's very unwise. Ask me how I know, because I've done that several times over my career when I was a day trader of stocks and options. Here, I know the feeling, but now it's nice to know I have an outlet to be able to do this all in a risk-controlled way. Still waiting to see if it wants to come up. Only interested at that green line. But yeah, right now it broke to new lows, but barely budged. Nope, I don't want that. I want to see this come down, and then if it bounces back up. Long, I say now. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to play it long. But let's see if this wants to come down and then come back up. So let's see if we can get another lower shadow here. So there we go. Perfect. There it is. Okay, let's get the buy right there. Now let's see if it wants to come back up. Nope. All right, never mind so far. Let it run. I'm not even in it, Sensor. Sensor, you got to look right here, buddy. You'll know when I'm in when those numbers start to fluctuate. To the downside, I think. Well, there's no way I'm shorting here at these lows. Okay, here we go. Green line is my entry. Am I going to get filled? Hey, Darrell, are you in this right now? Darrell, are you in this, Darrell? No, you're not. Don't lie. I didn't see any order from you. You didn't tell us anything ahead of time. Hey, Darrell, however you say your name. Around here, we need your entry point, your stop loss, and your target before the price gets to those areas. Yeah, well, nobody believes that trade, Darrell. Next time, tell us your entry point, your stop loss, and your target before the price gets to any of those levels. Then you'll have some credibility. Thank you. I appreciate that. Even if you're wrong, no problem at all. Doggone it, I had my butt. Nice job, Sam. There it went. Drill says I was wasting my time. Wasting my time waiting for it to come up, and then I cancel that. That's what I get for listening to random people living in their mom's basement in the chat room. What's the best prop firm to trade? I recommend, and I use Take Profit Trader, who's the link at the top there. They have the cleanest set of rules, best payment policy. You know, you can request payments from day number 1 of your pro account. You can request money every day if you want. You can request it in any amount. They don't have a whole lot of rules at all like other prop firms. I mean, they got rules every which way you look. So like I said, I recommend Take Profit Trader. And if you want to support the channel and get the current discount, which is 30% off, and then $0 activation fee, you can use code CLAY just up there at the top of the screen there. Thank you, Clay. I caught 1 micro long. Well, I'm glad somebody made money from it. Over here. Again, that is totally my fault. Why I felt the need to... See, that's what I got to work on. Darrell, never seen the name. Wasting time, Clay. Like, why did I care what some random stranger said when they said wasting time? I think that's the teacher in me. Like, I want to just go and explain, well, no, I'm not wasting time. But then I totally distract myself, cancel the order, and then that would have been great. So that is on me. I got to quit trying to teach people so quickly and just trade. But you guys got me to 250 likes, so I gotta do something aggressive here. I gotta deliver. I guess I could try to play the back test here. All right, I'm in. See if I get roasted or not. Just trying to play the back test of this breakout point and seeing if we can get some follow through here. Max size, max aggression. Why do these people have wrenches by their names? Because some of them are mods. So if you don't behave, they're gonna take care of you. Come on. All right. Let me reassess the situation here. Oh, man. Oh, good, Chris. Okay. Well, now, goodness, I only have 200 bucks left before I'm maxing out this one. Okay. All right. Well, I can't really go all in now. All right. How do I want to do this? Because I can only make $1,500 on this account today. Well, there it was. That movement right there would have pushed me over there. I would have had to start to lose money. Yeah, I kind of played that. I mean, yeah, I could have gotten a couple more points out of it, but not a whole lot. So, yeah, that movement right there would actually, I would have made too much. So, very quickly, what are you talking about, make too much? The way a prop firm works, which is a beautiful thing, is you have to first pass a test. So, the goal is to pass the test to get into the pro account. But during the test phase here, well, because it's a test, I want to see if you can trade. They want to prevent YOLOing. They don't want you to go YOLO. So right now, I'm doing a 50K test for the reasons I've already discussed several times already. The profit target is 3,000, but there's something called the 50% consistency rule during the test, which means I'm not allowed to make more than 50% of that amount. So I can make $1,500 max. Again, that's only during the test phase. Once you move into the pro account, you can make as much as you want every single day. But they just don't want somebody to YOLO, go all in, and then they get lucky in one trade, they make 3,000, they say, oh, see, I passed. It's like, well, that really didn't tell us anything about you as a trader other than you just YOLO'd. So that is where I'm talking about in terms of right now, how this account is now actually getting close to that $1,500 mark. Still got a couple $100 left I can make, but Going max size now at NQs is going to push me over. I'm just going to throw it out there just because, but the all-time record of likes on a live stream is 280, and we're 20 away. So if you want to help make this a record-breaking stream, 280 likes is the goal. So if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. I'm signing up tomorrow. Awesome, DiCaprio. Code Clay? Please tell me you're going to use Code Clay. My kid's got to eat. My kid's got to eat. Eddie Perez. All right, DiCaprio. Thank you. Thanks, Eddie. All right. Like I said, I still have some wiggle room. I'm going to have to go with MNQs, though. Hey, for a TPT 50% daily win, is it just for the first 5? No, the whole test. The 5 days is just the minimum you have to do. Okay, just did my first 220. You made a trade already, Jones? Did I understand that right, Jones? You already made a trade. And you made $220 on that trade? Am I understanding this context properly? So for the 50K account for the 5-day... No, it's 5 days is the minimum, Luis. Luis, I'm raising my voice a little bit to you because I've answered questions for you many, many times. So please, my friend, please, please. 5 days is the minimum the test goes. You can take as long as you want, but I always tell people to get done within the first 30 days. Because once you move from the test into the pro, this fee goes away. You see it as $119 a month. That's only during the test phase. So if you pass it within 1 month, well, then you only pay that one time. So don't rush because you have to go 5 days anyways, but aim to get it done within 1 month. And if you're saying, well, Clay, I've never made $3,000 in a month before. Because of this fact right here about futures, Pam's plant, right here, futures move. I assure you making $3,000 in 1 month, even if you've never done it before, it's definitely possible. And you don't have to take my word for it. Just ask anybody in the chat that's been trading futures. They'll tell you, oh yeah, futures move, 3,000 in 1 month is okay. So you don't need 5 days is just the minimum, Luis. You can take as long as you want. I meant 5 day minimum. Oh yes, okay, 5 day minimum. Then that's fine. That's fine. I shorted that 14 purple line on Jones. I truly, man, I wish everybody was like Jones that I experienced on the live stream. The guy, like 45 minutes ago, was trading options, and now he's like, okay, that stuff makes sense. Okay, let me go do it. So he's signed up, and he used code Clay, so he's a really good guy because he used code Clay. But he signed up, he's doing Pam's plant, and he's already up $220. Man, why cannot everybody be like you, Jones? My stress levels would be at 0 with this live stream. We have the Sergios of the world, and now we have the Jones of the world. Please be a Jones. Unbelievable. Props to you. Now, have you traded futures before, Jones? Tick No Talk made 2,800 today on it. Yeah, exactly. They move. Okay, so I was going to ask you your thoughts on futures compared to options, which is what you used to day trade, but to your point, you've traded them before. This is an interesting long... All right, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. I'm too much. No way, man. Why can't people be like Jones? Like some people, like the Sergios of the world, ask 800,000 questions, take away everybody else's time, and then they still go and do the other thing that you literally spent so much time through math showing them. Like, hey, this mathematically doesn't make sense what you're doing. And then they take away from everybody else's time, and then they still go do the thing. It's just like, but then you have the Joneses. I like Jones. Be a Jones. Or I guess it's technically Jones N. Why do you gotta have an N in your name? I'm just gonna call you Jones. Be a Jones. Don't be a Sergio. All right, maybe try a bouncer, double bottom. I don't do drugs. Well, there we go. Don't do drugs, be a Jones. Down she goes, Clay. I mean, I'm still not shorting down here. I'm not shorting at these all-time, or not all-time lows, but the lows of the day. I'm thinking I'm bullish. I'm still in team bull right now. Put a buy right there. This has actually become a very impressive day, so I am no longer going to just like try to like, I'm not going to risk blowing up the account because I almost maxed it out. So this is actually getting within the realm of being a passed account. Again, I'll still keep trading it, but will I say that? We'll see. Yeah, careful with that, Travis. If you normally don't trade on your phone, then don't trade on your phone. That's a risky thing you're doing. I think it'd be better to just wait for your shop to get the power back on. What is your strategy? Technical trading. Candlesticks with some trend lines and moving averages. That's my strategy. If you're looking for cool sounding names, I don't got any of that stuff here. I mean, I can make up some cool names if it makes me sound more legit. Like I like the spicy orangutan. I like the Mexican mouse. And I like the bipolar polar bear. You know, that's what I'm going to answer people. Hey, Clay, what's your strategy? I'm just saying I trade the spicy orangutan. That's just what I'm going with from now on. I trade the spicy orangutan. What's your strategy, Crumpets? What's yours? The German gerbil? That's not bad. That's actually pretty. That's good. I like it. The German gerbil. What's your strategy, bruh? The German gerbil. Bruh. Judd's a big fan of the four-legged spider. I'm new, so none yet. Well, Crumpets, the best thing I can tell you is don't get hung up in quote-unquote strategies. Learn to read a chart, and then from there, you're going to start to develop your own strategy, and you can call it whatever you want. Okay, I am in. Let's see if we can get... There we go, another little scalpy scalp. That was the German gerbil. Shout out to Joshua for the German gerbil. That's what I just traded right there. That was the German gerbil. Where am I at now? Okay, so I have, what's the math on that? $210. Oh, I sold the German gerbil. It was a strong German gerbil. Nice job, Jones. All right, Jones, what do you think of scalp? Like, mainly, what do you think of day trading? What do you think of day trading futures? Do these things move? Hey, Ace. Good afternoon session. A discouraging morning session, but it is what it is. Afternoon has been very solid. Oh, my goodness. Look at this thing. That's what I was saying earlier. What was it? Ranger. I'm not shorting around this area. No way am I shorting at these lows. They're dangerous, but I'm like, yes. That's why I always say, Jones, when people, this is why I quiver. If somebody's like, yeah, I'm going to go trade futures. In other words, I'm just going to do PAMs. And I'm like, no, wait a second. The strategy here is PAMs plant. You got to use the plant. Don't go, especially as a beginner, and start day trading futures with your own money. Because of this one right here. Oh boy, do they move. So yes, I fully agree. You are playing with fire if you just go and do PAMs. That's why the strategy is PAMs plant. Day trade futures, they're awesome, but you better do so through the prop firm because yes, they move. They move. Ooh, is that a long up through there? Yup, I'll take it. I think it'll pop up enough. Just going for another little quick scalp. Nope, I don't like it anymore. I don't like it. I think I would have been okay. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think I would have been okay. Now, to be fair, it could still come back up and I'd be okay. But right now, granted, my stop would have been right below the low there. So it's not like I'd be roasting the account or anything like that. But I'm not sure that would have been a winning trade. I'm just throwing it out there. I know I've been saying it a lot, but this has been such a great stream. We're 10 likes away from, I believe, a record-breaking likes. 280 likes is the record. So if you want to contribute to a record-breaking stream and you have not yet hit that like button, please consider doing so. I don't know. Is this a short here though? With the target down around here? I mean, there's no way. No way I'm shorting anything down around this area. But with a short here, with the idea that it goes down to there, is that maybe a viable plan? The green is the 21 EMA. Absolutely love it. Is it a holy grail indicator? It's not, but I was saying this earlier in the live stream. Is it one of those that I think is worth at least putzing around with and trying? Yes. I think it's going to break to the upside in less than 10 minutes. So Jones, are you going long? You're welcome, Strong Hills. I don't recognize the name, so welcome to the stream. Good to have you. Shorting the pullback to the 21 is working well. Yeah, this has been oh man, you're right. Ever since it fell below here, yeah, the 21. Now, granted, never hit it there, but profitable. Yeah, will it be profitable again? Maybe. I'm going to do it, and I'll just put my stop. And if it wants to come down, great. Let's see if I get short of 50, 53. Let's do this. Let's see if it wants to come up, and then if it starts to come back down, I'll try to capture it on the way back down. If it breaks the trend line from the low. All right. All right, Jones. Sounds like you got yourself a trade plan. Eek, hum, ack, oop. I'm not sure if that's a reference to, Jerry, but hopefully I read your sound effects properly. Oh, you're using the 5-minute? You're doing NQs though, right? Is that right, Jones? I like 966 level for break for the longs. Yeah, Labrador, where's 966? Oh, right there, that point. And how many are you doing per trade? 3? All right, like I said. Let's see if it wants to come up, show some strength, but then start to come back down. Do you want to come back down, brother? Hey, brother. Once again, is the 21 EMA, is it really going to just be that straightforward? Just short the 21 EMA. As, who pointed that out? Matt. Yeah, as Matt pointed out, it's worked many times before. Sometimes we don't. Hey, come on. We are 3 likes away from an all-time record. We got to factor in JJ. So 3 more likes. Let's set a record here on likes. Oh boy, this is looking tastier and tastier for I don't know about that. I think a flat one can be good too. I guess I don't know what your definition of flat is. I don't think this is necessarily flat. I think you're just talking in general, but take the short and hold until. Are you doing it, Money Printer FX? If you're gonna take the short, I'll do it with you. But if you're just armchair quarterbacking, I'm not gonna do it, because you just yapping then. What do I think is the best size account? I would say the most popular is the 50K. But what the best one is, I don't know. You could ask 10 traders and get 10 different answers and 10 different reasons. But from what I see, the most popular is the 50K. I can't. I'm in the middle of a move. Well, then what in the world? So only at the end of the day, only you're going to be able to determine what's the best for you, because there's no universal answer. But it seems though the most popular is 50K. Joe, just got here to your channel, Clay. Any issues with your accounts? All 5 of my accounts have different balances and drawdowns. I've reached out. No. Not that I'm aware of, Joe. Not that I'm aware of. I say the 150K, and here's why. Here's why I say the 150K I think is best, because you have to approach it with this premise that blowing accounts is part of prop firm trading. It doesn't mean you're bad. It doesn't mean you're failure. The best traders I know all blow prop firm accounts. It's just part of the risk management. It's just part of the game. So when you show up, you should assume I'm going to blow accounts. I'm going to have accounts taken out. That should be an assumption. So with that assumption in mind, it's okay, well, how much does your second account cost? And with Take Profit Trader, your second account cost, meaning to get the account back, or in prop firm lingo, to reset the account, it costs $100. So I like to look at it from the kind of the best bang for your buck point of view. Meaning if we're under the assumption you're going to blow that first account, and then you know that when you get the account back, it'll be $100 no matter what do you want that $100 to be buying for you? Do you want that $100 to be buying you 25K of purchasing power? Or do you want that or do you want that $100, again, because it's the same across the board, or do you want that $100 to get you 150K? For me, it's like, well, if it's going to be $100 no matter what, I'd rather be spending $100 on 150K worth of purchasing power as compared to 25K. So somebody told me that once. I don't remember who the person was, but I thought that was a very interesting perspective. I kind of call it the bang for your buck argument. Again, that's not the be all end all, but you did press me. You said, well, with all due respect, Clay, I want your opinion. So that's my opinion on it. So, because again, it is silly if you show up and you're like, I'm never going to blow an account. I'm never going to fail any. It's like, no. You're going to blow accounts. That's part of it. And because of people in our private community that are very transparent, these traders now that are way better than I am, they're like, yeah, blowing accounts is, of course, you're not trying to blow accounts. That's not like the goal, but it's going to happen. But again, that's why prop firms are so great, because it's in such a risk-controlled environment that it's not like blowing an account is costing you thousands out of your pocket. No, it's a couple hundred at most. So with that assumption in mind, and then to know how Take Profit Trader works, where your next account reset is only going to be $100, what do you want that $100 to be getting you? Does that make sense? Daryl, what are you talking about? You should show up in, Daryl, your position is you should show up in prop firms with the assumption you're never going to blow up an account. That's what am I understanding that point right? Because we call that living in a false reality. We call that expectations are not in line with reality. All right, well, yep, those are my thoughts on it. Like if you're saying it from like a ha ha, kind of like a hurrah attitude, like show up positive attitudes. There's a time and place for that. I don't have anything against the rah rah. Let's have positive attitudes. Let's think. Again, I don't have anything against that per se. But also there needs to be an element of your expectations need to be in line with reality. And as any honest prop firm trader will tell you, your expectations are not in line with reality if you show up with the assumption of, I'm never going to blow any accounts. So to be fair to Daryl, maybe he was maybe saying it more in that regard, in the positive thinking category. Yeah, I agree. In the positive thinking category, you don't want to show up saying, let's see how many accounts I'm going to blow. But we can't all be sitting around singing Kumbaya, living in the world of magical, mystical, unicorns and bumblebee. Well, bumblebees aren't fake. But, Sour Patch Kids prancing around in the field. Yeah, you're going to blow accounts. Now, the goal, obviously, is to blow less and less over time. But, like, if you think you're going to show up and never blow an account in the world of prop firms, and I have some oceanfront property in Iowa I would love to sell you. Like, what? Like, I don't know what. Without any more clarifications from Daryl, I don't know what exactly he meant. But, yes, on the surface, I'm not sure what he's talking about. Well, I have never blown a prop account. I'm guessing the punchline, JM, is that because you've never traded prop firms, or you have not traded prop firms long enough. Yes, I have never had a prop. There you go, JM. I thought I might have had that punchline. You just got to be aggressive with your profits, Sohab. Yeah, you can't aim for grand slams. Just don't aim for grand slams. Just take the profits as they show up. Oh wow, we're at 292 likes. Are you serious? Well, we might as well go for 300 at this point. Goodness, where do those come from? 7 away, 8 away from. Yeah, if you have not hit the like button, hit that like button. We're already in record-breaking territory, but man, awesome. Clay, yes sir. This Clay the second in a row that Big Runner has played. My guess would be yes sir. It's something going on with Tradeovate, because their information comes from Tradeovate, and Tradeovate, last week had some issues. Even on stream today, we saw Tradeovate just totally black out for a second and come back on. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. I don't know if the blame. I don't think the blame is necessarily with TPT. It was sort of like last week or a couple weeks ago when some people didn't have live data. And come to find out, well, it's because Tradeovate had some sort of glitch with however the software works on the back end. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, yes, sir, you can go trade futures with your own money. You can go roast $3,000 at a time, $2,000 at a time. I mean, that's kind of the other one. Josh, let me send you this video. This goes over how I have mine set up, Josh. I'm not saying this is like the be-all, end-all, but this will at least give you kind of a framework, and I think it'll answer that question. Okay, Sohab, we talk about 2 prop firms here, okay? That's it. Again, the goal of the stream is to make people aware of Pam's plan. Right here, Pam's plan. Why, if you're a day trader, day trading futures through a prop firm is the best way to go about it. So I am assuming that many people here are brand new to futures trading. They're brand new to prop firms. So I want to be pushing people into a prop firm that is not going to be overwhelming, that has very clean set of rules. And that's where, and by the way, has the best payment policy too. So that's why, take Profit Trader. Clean set of rules, best payment policy in the business, a track record of paying people. They didn't show up last week. So if, with all due respect, if you can stop talking about other ones, that's just going to overwhelm people. Because the quickest way to make a smooth transition into Pam's plant is to throw like 40 different prop firms at somebody. I mean, can you imagine when you were new to prop firms? I remember it. And I'm still kind of overwhelmed by some of these prop firms and their rules. But I could never imagine having to choose from like 15 different prop firms. So we're trying to make it as straightforward as possible. There you go, Tactical Reviews. Read his message. Tick, no talk. Well, that's terrible reasoning. That you have no confidence in the prop firms actually pays out. That's very, very bad reasoning. Oh, okay. Thank you. So now I'm testing out your good job. I do tick no talk. At first, it's like I've been using my own money because I'm super sketched out by prop firms. To be fair, I was in tick no talk's camp for quite a while. Members of my community were showing up talking about prop firms, and I'm like, no way. That sounds super sketchy. But I concede after a couple years of watching certain ones pay people. Michelle from our community went on a European vacation with prop firm. It's like, okay, they do pay. Now, some of them, if they just showed up last week and they're based out of North Korea, I probably wouldn't go with those. But the ones that I'm recommending here, like I said, mainly Take Profit Trader. I've been paid by them multiple times. Others have been paid for them multiple times. So while the idea is I'm not going to do a prop firm because I don't think they're going to pay. They've been around long enough where that's no longer a credible reason, because if you just find the ones that have been around a while, then you know which ones do indeed pay. So tick no talk. Thank you. I'm glad you're giving it a try. Ace Trades won 3.5 million. Good job. Yeah. Probably just send them what your DNA, a stool sample with your social security number. Oh, you don't have to cry. You'll get paid. You'll get paid for sure. But yeah, just trade like you've been. Yeah, so Tactical Reviews above you. I've been getting paid daily from TPD for 2 weeks now. Exactly. That's the nice thing about TPT. You can literally get paid on a daily basis. Can we get 4 more likes? 4 more likes puts us at a record-breaking new record. 300. Can we get 4 more likes? Surely, there's 223 people here. 4 of you have probably not hit the like button yet. Let's just push it over 300. That would be record-breaking. If you've seen other streams with more than like 1,000 likes, that's because we were getting bot attacked. But there has been no bot attack on this one, so it's encouraging to know that all these likes are real. Hey, 303. You are all officially a part of a record-breaking stream. That's awesome. So on the topic of the prop firms, I said the 2 that I talk about are these right here, Take Profit Trader and Apex. But let me be very clear. If you are a beginner, start with Take Profit Trader. There are a lot of people out there that call Apex a scam. They're not a scam, but what happens is beginners to the prop firm world, they start off with Apex, and then they get overwhelmed, they get steamrolled by all the rules and this, that, and the other, and they're thinking, what is going on? But Apex has been around a long time. They pay out. Their payment policy is way more rigid, not nearly as smooth as take profit traders. So that's why I say, even if you're an intermediate or advanced prop firm trader and you have not yet used take profit trader, give them a try. Like I said, you will love it. Once you get to the pro account, you can get daily payouts in any amount every single day. So it's hard not to like that sort of thing. But regardless, though, if you're a beginner, like I said, start with take profit trader. But also eventually, once you start to get your feet wet, you become kind of a battle-hardened prop firm trader, and you're like, all right, I'm now ready to expand my empire of more prop firms. Then yeah, at that point, consider looking into Apex. But those are the two that I talk about here. But definitely, Apex is for intermediate or advanced prop firm traders. And then, of course, if you do want to support the stream, code Clay is the way for you to get the current promotions, and they are the best promotions. Sometimes people ask, is code Clay is that the best possible deal that's out there? And it is. So code Clay will give you the best current deal, whatever they are, and it's also a way to support the channel. So if you enjoy this, if you're finding value, then code Clay. Now, if you like somebody else and you want to use their code, totally cool. Go support who you want to support. But like I said, if you are open to, hey, no, I don't really have any loyalties, and you want to support the stream, code Clay will allow that to happen. And then also, I am offering a free class this Thursday. So I'll put a link here if you want to go and get signed up for this. So free webinar. Put that link there, and you can check that out also. Can you also copy trade with Take Profit Trader? Yes, Take Profit Trader. So copy trading is an amazing thing if you're not familiar with what that means. But nuclear explosion growth with copy trading, you can have up to 5 accounts with Take Profit Trader. So what copy trading means is that, let's say you make one trade for $500, but if you have 4 other accounts and then you copy that trade to your 4 other accounts, well, sure, you only made one trade for $500, but because you copied it, you walk away with $2,500 because those other 4 accounts also made that same trade for $500. So you can see the growth element there and how quickly things can really start to explode. With all that said, if that one trade you start to go into degen mode, or you start to FOMO, or you start to revenge trade, or you start to do some stupid stuff, well, that stupid decisions are now being copied to those 4 other accounts. So it is a give and take in that regard. But yes, you can copy trade, and you can have up to 5 accounts with Take Profit Trader. Oh boy, is this a short right here? I think I'll try. This will have to be my last short. In fact, let me just hop in right now, short, and I'll put my stop right there. Okay. So like I said, the stream, this will be the last trade. We'll see if we can get the breakdown or if it's going to pop up and quickly stop me out. Yep. But we'll see. We'll see if I can get a break to the downside of that pattern. That'd be amazing. But like I said, I'm going to keep my stop nice and tight. Is it possible to take profit to tie your accounts up? Yeah, you can. Yeah, up to 5 accounts you can copy trade. Like I was just talking about. Does it connect to TradingView? Yes, it does. Yeah, when you go through, once you pick out, so the way it works is you'll pick out your purchase power, and then it'll ask you what platform do you want to use, and you can see right there, TradingView if you want to use that. Come on, break down. Again, stop is right here. Very tight stop. I don't want to give this one a very tight leash. I'm either playing a breakdown or I just want out. We are going up now. Well, I hope not. I hope we're going down because I'm short. Come on, break through the trend line. Uh-oh. I said break through the trend line, but it bounced right off of it. Look at that. Bounced right off of it. Come on, break it. Break it. Break it. Break it and bleed. Break it and bleed. I don't know what I'm doing. I could make this a... Duh. Oh boy, that was such a delayed order. That too, I clicked and it took like 3 seconds to show up. That should have been a profit. What? Come on, trade ovate. And now it's going to be a losing trade. It would have been a losing trade anyways, but much smaller, because I would have at least been able to take a couple off in profit. What a crock that was. That's not how I wanted to end. The loss doesn't bother me. It is what it is, but the fact that my order took 3 seconds to show up and then I got left in the dust. That is totally a super annoying way to end. Just chiming in, but curious if anyone else had recognized with TPT account this morning due to Jake, somebody earlier, where was it? Tactical review said, okay, I'll bring that across because it sounds like there is, well, surprise, surprise, the trade ovate issue with, we just saw right there that little, I mean, I realize none of you saw it, but I know when I click the button, and I can say that my order didn't show up. All right, here. TBT told me that balances were adjusted yesterday because of a data provider outage, which would be trade ovate. Balances should be fixed tonight. So there is the update on that. All right, well, I'm going to hop on out of here. Thank everybody for being here. And on the way out, hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications because that's sometimes I show up a little early. So if you want to know when I go live, then like I said, that'll let you know. But I will be live at the very latest tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern time. And again, if you want to support the live stream, whether you are a user of Take Profit or Apex, then use code CLAY. That really helps out. That helps support the stream. And it makes it worth my time. And as long as this stuff is worth my time, not only from an entertainment standpoint and a value standpoint, but I do need, there is the financial, there is the business component to it too. I want to be very transparent about that. So, you know, as a father of 6 kids, if I'm going to pull my time away from the kids, I need to be using my time wisely. So, I mean, literally 4-hour live stream. I got to make sure that that's wise. So code CLAY, like I said, from the business component really does, you know, it adds to it and makes it worth my time, which makes all this a whole lot easier to do. So thank you everybody for being here, and I will see you back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time.